Check. Song. Check. Sound check. Sound. Check 1, 2.
You were saying that you were thinking. My chair. Is that Angura? Angura. Angura. Chair. My chair.
Honourable members, Mr. Speaker. Prayers.
Almighty God, who in His dividend of gracious goodness have appointed us as leaders and parliaments for the oversight and just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with the abundant favor these your servants, whom have been pleased to call the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon you assembled, and granted may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under deliberation, in so just and fellow manner to promote honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to your church.
Item number 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. As most of you might be aware, our colleague Lieutenant General Mujira, representative of the UPDF, lost his father. And I request, it's very, very sad, condolences on behalf of Parliament. The institution has been in touch with him. And also, I got news on our group that our colleague Julius Maganda, the tennis parliament, also lost his wife in an accident. So extremely sad. I request that we observe a minute of silence.
May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Honorable Attorney General, I received many colleagues giving me calls, wanting to get an update on issues to do with the recent ruling with the Supreme Court. Also, many Ugandans of interest. And their biggest issue was what next and what are you doing about it as government. So I don't know if you can have, if you have an update you can give us, and then we move on.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, a judgment was delivered on Friday in Supreme Court Constitutional Appeal number 2.
Attorney General, we have procedure.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a very complicated situation. The Attorney General is the one who wanted the military to try civilian. He is the one who went to court. He is therefore a party to this case. So the procedural issue I am raising is whether after his comment, you will allow us, those who subscribe to the other party, also to make some comments, because he's a party. This one, Honorable Chiriowa, is the one who wanted the military to try with civilians.
Yeah, thank you. Two things. Number one, I don't look at him as a party to the case now. I look at him as a chief legal advisor of government who was given directives to implement by the court. So it's from that background. Now we are no longer having issues. The issues were settled at court level. Number two, Honorable, I'm usually generous on such issues. This is part of my communication. I gave a colleague a chance to speak here. After speaking, I saw him on TV saying the speaker doesn't allow us to speak. So I wanted to drop him a call and say, but my brother, today you spoke 4 times in the house, and then you're now on TV saying the speaker doesn't allow us to speak. And when you're speaking, he said, no, I was the presiding officer that day. So, but it happens, It's part of, we are in politics, we are in many things, but I will allow you, honorable colleagues, because I did this because of the many calls I received from colleagues. That's why I said, Honorable Attorney General, please.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. Like I said, judgment was delivered on 31st January 2025. We received a signed judgment on Sunday, 2nd February 2025. We rendered advice dated 3rd February 2025. As you can see, the record speed. And we advised as follows, Right Honorable Speaker, that 1, all pending criminal trials in the General Court Martial should cease forthwith. 2, that the General Court Martial in liaison with prisons authorities should provide a list of all criminal cases involving civilians pending before the General Court Martial for onward transmission to the courts to determine the appropriate court to handle the matter. 3, the General Court Martial should provide a list of all pending criminal cases involving members of the UPDF pending before the court martial that fall within the categories of transfer for onward transmission to the courts for determination of the appropriate court to handle the matter. 4, the Director of Public Prosecutions is advised to liaise with the General Court Martial and the UPDF to take over the conduct of the ongoing criminal trials that have been identified for transfer. 5, the Uganda Prisons Authorities are advised to await the process above and orders of competent courts regarding any matters concerning detention of accused persons hitherto facing trial in the military courts. 6, the Ministry of Defense and Veteran Affairs is also advised to immediately commence consideration of the recommendations of the Supreme Court with a view to introducing appropriate amendments to the UPDF Act. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I have also written to the Honorable the Chief Justice and requested the Honorable the Chief Justice to advising him that we have commenced the implementation of the court orders and sought for advice on the person with whom the DPP should liaise for purposes of effecting these orders. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes. No, I want all these issues will be handled in my, because it was part of my communication. Yeah. So we have one colleague here who was among the councils. So Honorable Segona.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I want to express gratitude to the Attorney General that he was able, unlike the tweets that we saw, which clearly said that these suspects or some of them would not be released, at least the Attorney General has indicated the willingness to have the court order implemented, notwithstanding, of course, instances where he must have read these orders upside down. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, as the Attorney General was communicating, I have been really touched and concerned about a number of issues. The Attorney General knows very well that a person can only be held in prison on a valid warrant. The order of court, which literally dismantled, and I mean literally, not technically, dismantled the orders of the defunct court-martial, caused the warrants upon which these people were remanded to expire. But in the case of retired Colonel Dr. Kizza Besigye and Haj Obeid Kamlegea, even without the orders of the Supreme Court, the warrant itself was expiring on Monday, yesterday, and it did expire. So, my question to the Attorney General, currently for these people or persons that are being held, on whose orders, on whose valid warrants do they continue to be in prison? The second, Right Honorable Speaker, relates to the DPP liaising with the General Court Martial. What is the DPP's business? The DPP is empowered under the law to commence prosecutions against any person of her choice, provided there is evidence she has before her. The reverse is not true, that the DPP goes around fishing for cases. Number three, Right Honorable Speaker, but this time they are telling the DPP to be the one to go around fishing cases from persons that have been conducting business illegally. Do not forget that until Friday, 31st, there was a decision of the Constitutional Court which declared that this is not a court of law. So whatever they have been doing, they secured an interim order from the Supreme Court, and the order was to stay execution. Execution in this case was purely the transfer of files from the General Court Martial or from the Courts Martial to the civil courts. You could not stay a declaration. You can't stay declaration. That declaration, that interim order, was used by the General Court Martial, not DPP, to continue and to commence fresh prosecutions. Thirdly, Right Honorable Speaker, from the Attorney General's communication, I have not even heard anything to do with timelines. Timelines, so as long as they are doing their consultations, these people can be in prison now on orders of the Attorney General. Where, under the law, does the Attorney General get the powers to remand or continue an illegal remand or to detain? Literally what he has done is to amend the orders of court. Finally, I received information from the Honorable Semuju.
Thank you very much, Honorable Medad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information I wanted to give to Honorable Medad and Parliament is that yesterday our lawyers who represent Dr. Besigye and Haj Obeid visited the Commissioner General of Prisons. And he said his understanding was that people needed to leave, Besigye and Haj Obeid needed to leave his prison on Friday when the judgment became effective. And he said he was there seated waiting for the Attorney General. Up to yesterday, the Attorney General had disappeared from him. The last time this happened, the last time people were in Ruzira on no warrant was after the fall of Idi Amin. I interviewed Brigadier Sebagala when I was a journalist. And he said they were driven to Ruzira and they were told, you go there, the warrant will come. So effectively, I didn't know that things that were done by Amin soldiers and after can be done by Honorable Chiwanuka Chiriowa almost 40 years later. That's the information I wanted to give you.
I thank you for the information apart from the last one, which was not information, relating to what you did not know that Honorable Chiriowa Chiwanuka can do. Right Honorable Speaker, I do not want to end at criticizing and critiquing my brother. I think I want to give some way forward. if I were in his unenviable position, this is what I would do. From Friday through to Monday, I would not sleep. I would require the information from the General Court Martial relating to all prisoners that are held on orders of the General Court Martial, now deceased. From that point, I would advise government to sieve out all political prisoners, matters which are not pure crime, and say, let us go and do the honorable thing of withdrawing. That someone can continue to be in prison, and the Attorney General is busy advising on somebody who was putting on a beret, a red beret, whether he should remain in prison. The third thing I would do, and for more than 4 years now, third thing I would do is to advise the police to immediately approach the General Court Martial, obtain all those files where we feel it is pure crime, a suspicion of crime, not suspicion of politics. Then I would advise that police would get those people from wherever they are upon release. But for you, you cannot say you are complying with the court order without releasing these people. At least do the ugly thing you've been doing of arresting them at the entrance or exit of the prison, the same way you've been arresting them from court. But any continuity in detention is illegal. Finally, I am concerned as a leader in this country. Immediately upon release of the judgment, Colonel Chris Magezi, who is said to be an assistant to General Muhoozi Kainerugaba, issued a statement which he called the official statement from the UPDF. And it was clear and categorical. They shall not be released until General Museveni, the commander-in-chief, gives us orders to release them. And that is the basis upon which we challenged the constitutionality of the court-martial, because it is dependent on orders of the chairman of the High Command, who is General Museveni. Membership includes his son, who is now tweeting to say we cannot release. Mr. Speaker, for how long are we going to continue like this as a country? You have a dignified Attorney General. That man knows the law, by the way. Even when he chooses to disobey or to ill-advise, at least he knows the law. Now, we receive another statement from the President. Half of it was dignified. The second half was very dignifying. You hear from the President, and what he says that this country is not governed by judges and lawyers, where I agree. But this country is governed by a constitution. Anybody who does not want to obey this constitution should give us our peace by leaving. I am concerned about the tweets of General Kainerugaba. You saw when he said that he was going to attack the mercenaries in Congo. A few days later it happened. How are our neighbors going to take us? You crack a war inside, you crack a war outside. Why? Is it the Constitution, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. Hello?
Honorable Speaker, firstly, I'm glad that the Attorney General has correctly advised the executive to implement the court order. That's a good thing. However, I think that the learned Attorney General is misadvising the General Court Martial. The insinuation in the remarks of the Attorney General is that Court Martial keep holding on to these people until the DPP determines whether or not to take over this matter. I think that that's ultra-vires. Because for all of these people who are being held, Dr. Kizza Besigye, Obed Lutale, NUP political prisoners that have been held for over 4 years now, the Supreme Court said all those matters under the court-martial should cease with immediacy. Now, Article 120 of our country's constitution, which provides for the office of the DPP, when you go all the way to number 6 under Article 120, it says that in the exercise of their authority, the DPP shall not be under the control or manipulation of anybody. So nobody is meant to give any order or directive to the DPP. What the learned Attorney General seems to be saying is that now the court-martial is going to be directing the DPP to say, we have these matters, you take them up. That's against the law. What's meant to happen, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the court-martial is meant to issue with immediacy release orders for these people, because the court-martial no longer has any authority over these people. Completely release them, and then the DPP, in her choosing and in her investigations, if she determines that maybe there is any matter that's meant to come before the civilian courts, that can happen. But you see, the two courts are disjointed. Honorable, there is some information, if you'll allow, from...
In just a second, Right Honorable Leader of the Opposition, they have actually, from the communication of the Attorney General, they have actually already interfered with the independence of the DPP by telling her to go and liaise. So it is not that the DPP is not under control. They have already controlled her by telling her to go and liaise with the court-martial.
Honorable, in my remaining 1 minute, I would like to cede ground to our Shadow Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honorable Rope, and thank you, Council Segona and the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, sir, this particular judgment falls in the category of what we call self-executing judgments. It's a judgment that should be complied with without any other process as alluded to by the Attorney General. Actually, if I were the Commissioner of Prisons, I would have released all those individuals mentioned in the judgment, including the UPDF officers undergoing trials in the General Court Martial in respect of offenses tried by civil courts. And then, as you normally do, you would arrest the people outside the prisons, take them to police, detain them for 48 hours, charge those you can, make fictitious charges against those you can, and do the like. But I think, yeah, otherwise, other than that, what is happening, Right Honorable Speaker, and the Attorney General agrees, is that all players, especially the prison warders who are detaining these people, are doing so illegally. We are literally doing so in utter disregard of the constitutional provisions. So we have overthrown the Constitution. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, my worry is in what is actually being planned by the government. Because the information we've got is that they are now trying to come up with a bill to overturn the Supreme Court judgment. And that is the reason why the Attorney General has advised a series of procedures to be taken, which he himself knows are inherently illegal. So, Mr. Attorney General, sir, my learned friend, don't put my brother Yawashija, the Commissioner of Prisons, into problems. Because today, after here, we will advise the affected persons to take out contempt proceedings against him as an individual. And he will not rely on our advice, because this particular judgment is self-executing and it does not envisage you to advise them to do anything to the contrary. So just advise the man to release the people, send your police to arrest them outside the prison gates, and then begin the processes if you so wish.
Attorney General, let me allow Honorable Jonathan Odur, then Attorney General. Please, Honorable Sesku, I'm the one who picks who to speak. Yeah. So, Honorable Jonathan Odur, then Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, I think as the Shadow Minister for Justice, I would like to convey words of acknowledgement and appreciation to the justices of the Supreme Court for coming out very clearly and boldly in delivering this judgment, which had caused great concern amongst the public and some sorts of anxiety. So I would like to thank the Judiciary, the Chief Justice, and the Justices who delivered this unanimous decision. Mr. Speaker, Article 126, Clause 2E, and I would like to read, says that substantive justice shall be administered without undue regard to technicalities. The learned Attorney General understands this very well. What he's trying to do is trying to delay substantive justice. The orders are as clear, and that court-martial, in my understanding, has not been disbanded. What had expected today or yesterday was for the court-martial to sit and say, we are now discharging all these persons that were before us, that at that time we thought we had the authority to try them. But now that court has declared, we are now discharging them. And that would be the most logical step to do. We also know that courts rely on departments and agencies and authorities of government to function. Courts do not have the force to go and pick people, just like the Speaker you observed here. As Parliament, we cannot go to prisons and open those padlocks. Courts rely on the goodwill of the executive in implementing the decisions that they issue. So I expected that the Attorney General, the DPP, the Commissioner General of Prisons, whoever is involved, to comply with this. The last point I would like to ask the Attorney General. You have read to us very good advice you have rendered. I would like to know whether you rendered that advice to the President. The President quoted you, that he called you on phone, and you seem to have given him an advice that does not match with what you are telling us here. Would you now? And Mr. Speaker, this letter from the President is in the open. I don't need to go through it. But he quoted that he got in touch with the Attorney General, who explained to him certain things. I understand that the Attorney General, being a party to the suit at that time in the heat of the moment, having lost that big case, you would have lost a little bit of your composure. But would you now clarify to us? And I've ever been to the Supreme Court as a litigant, and I lost a case. I know what it feels like. So I understand what the Attorney General went through. But would the Attorney General tell us clearly if this advice that he has told us here is exactly what he rendered to the head of the state? Because what the President wrote potentially undermines the rule of law, undermines democracy, and I thought that it is incumbent upon the Attorney General to guide the President on the next course of action. Would you clarify to us and even lay, where possible, that opinion? Because this is not just advice. You said a legal opinion, and there is clarity on how a legal opinion is rendered. Would we see that here, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you, colleagues in the public gallery this afternoon. We have students from Hatumbanja Child and Youth Development Center, Namaingo South County, Namaingo District. They are represented in Parliament by Honorable Wanyama Michael Dori and Honorable Makoa Margaret. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. The Honorable Attorney General. Narrate the Attorney General, please. Answer some questions.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I can pick another set, okay?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, the court-martial cannot sit. So it cannot sit to make any orders that you want them to make. That's one. Number two, if there are facts that you have, Honorable Medad Segona, as a senior lawyer, if there are facts like you have stated here, the best place to take them is to the court. Yeah? Yes. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, Honorable Segona should know that as a practicing advocate, after you are successful in court, you extract a decree. If you think my advice is inconsistent with what the judgment said, you should at liberty to extract a decree, have the court sign it, and use it in the premises that you would like to use it. I have read this judgment variously, and you may think that I was sleeping. I did not. I spent time reading this judgment page by page, and I word for word. And what I have advised here, I did not get from my head. I got from the judgment. The matter under discussion is not the Court of Appeal decision. The matter under discussion is the Supreme Court decision. So reference to the Court of Appeal decision which was appealed against is misplaced. Now there are no timelines. I agree. But we have sent the matters to the courts which granted these orders. The courts are still clothed with the authority to make any orders that they deem appropriate. Like
Point of order.
You see, Right Honorable Speaker, when the Attorney General speaks, he's the head of the bar. Everybody at the bar ordinarily should keep quiet. I agree with him that a successful litigant goes ahead together with the losing litigant to sign a decree, to prepare a decree jointly. If he was waiting for a decree, what was the basis of his advice? Number two, I am not aware, and he can now educate us, the law under which a losing or vanquished litigant would write to court to ask for which orders. The orders, Honorable Nwagaba says, is self-executing. Is the Attorney General, therefore, in order to mislead both the House and the country that the person who was in court when the judgment was being issued is waiting for a decree extracted by one party?
Attorney General, want to make some clarification, if I can guide?
Right Honorable Speaker, I think where we are going here is a bit of a runaround, because I have told you my understanding of the judgment. And yes, and that's why maybe I lost. But what we are saying is that if you disagree with what I have written as what the court said, the arbiter is there. Now, finally, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Honorable Seshkuba. Procedure.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and members. Right Honorable Speaker, as a law student and a practitioner, the basic principle we are taught and we learn and we practice is that judgments of court, particularly the Supreme Court, are judgments in rem. They are not in personam. Meaning that all must abide not only the Attorney General, but the constitutional order in the country must listen and adhere. So, number two, the Land Attorney General, Right Honorable Speaker, did his best when he made arguments before the Supreme Court. He did his best. That is the best he could offer. Now for this House to demand and to expect a better alternative from him, I think would be too much. That is the best he could offer. He stayed the Constitutional Court order. He ran to the Supreme Court, prepared himself, robed himself, got all his entourage with wheels and cattle. He proceeded to the Supreme Court. Unfortunately, he couldn't do better than he did in the Constitutional Court.
What is the
To that regard, Right Honorable Speaker,
I need the procedure matter.
Yes. For this House to expect a procedural guidance from the Land Attorney General, when he had failed to convince the 7 justices of the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker, sir, would be a big disservice, not only to this country, but to Parliament. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I listened in very well. Listened in very well. Once you talk about the Constitution, it is the paramount and the fundamental law we have. In his statement, I heard him say that the DPP, the Director of Public Prosecutions, should liaise with the General Court Martial to get files and process those files. Right, Honorable Speaker, for purposes of record and the Hansard of this House, Article 120 of the Constitution is the Director of Public Prosecutions. And Clause 6 states, in the exercise of the functions conferred on him or her by this article, the Director of Public Prosecutions shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. By the learned Attorney General telling the DPP to go and liaise with the General Court Martial is in total breach of this Constitution. And I would therefore like to say that his guidance, even now, is continuing to offend this Constitution. And therefore, I would pray that we give him leave so that he can rest, he can think about the events of this country, he can choose whether he wants to take the country the constitutional path or he wants to take this country in the dark times, and without any delay, comply with the Constitution, with the Supreme Court orders, and release these persons detained, so that now the country can breathe a sigh of relief. Without that, whatever explanation is taking and talking about, he's wasting the time of this House and is continuing to agonize the constitutional order of this country. And I pray that anymore, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Now, just wait, Attorney General.
Thank you.
Just wait. Yeah. Honorable, now, to begin with, I think we had started well, appreciating each other, both sides, in terms of the swift action that the Attorney General had taken. He told you immediately how he moved. Even on Sunday he was working, even yesterday he was working. So I think that was in the right direction. Now, where we are disagreeing is the content of what maybe he has written and what he has not written. And when I was listening on the issue of the DPP, and I would want it to be very clear, I heard you using the word I advise. I heard it several times, I advised. So meaning if the DPP still has a discretion of taking the advice or not taking it. So that's what I was hearing. I think, honorable colleagues, also when we say the Attorney General has guided the House wrong or what, we are not making any resolution on this matter. I asked the Attorney General to give us an update. This is a matter which has been settled by court. We cannot reopen it here. We just needed an update on how far he has reached in as far as implementing the court order is concerned, because, honorable colleagues, we are raising this issue. We don't expect any other any other decision here that is going to override the decision of the Supreme Court. Attorney General, allow me to pick Honorable Okror, Bosco, and Honorable Fox-Odoi. Now, I need to balance sides. Me first. You rushed to give information. You are fearing banning Honorable Okror.
I want to sincerely thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think I want to make a humble contribution to this discussion. Right Honorable Speaker, the judgment of court was pronounced. I think the most unfortunate thing that some of us are doing is thinking that we can read this judgment off from the original text. We have excerpts of judgments which people are reading and not understanding the exact judgment. Yes, you can say the pronouncement of court that judgments of this nature are in rem. It is true. But even for you to find somebody in contempt, one of the executing officers, it ought to have been brought to the attention of that person. We have the judgment which has been delivered by court. But what can only be executed is an extract of a decree or an order, which is the responsibility of the lawyers who are participating in the case. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we can say they are self-executing judgments. That is right. But when you read the orders of this judgment, and I want to particularly look at one of the orders, it says that all charges, this is the judgment of Winyidolo, all charges, page 194, all charges or ongoing criminal trials or pending trials before the court-martial involving civilians must immediately cease and be transferred to the ordinary courts of law with the competent jurisdiction. The word immediate is there. It's immediately cease and be transferred. So when you are reading the text, the paragraph, the sentence, it has a continuing. So if you say, this is a matter of interpretation. And where there is a dispute, as per the interpretation, it is not for Attorney General, it's for the court to settle that component. That what do you mean? Because court did not say release. If we are reading it to the dot, the court did not say release. Say immediately cease and transfer. Now, the process of transfer is a process. It is a process. So I think we need to understand it from that context. So we cannot castigate Attorney General for giving his view and all the processes that are being undertaken. But I think let's do our work. This is the real text. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Fox Odoi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable colleagues.
Right Honorable Speaker, I will take you back in time. Take you back in time to a language that is now considered dead. This language used to be the language of instruction to lawyers. It is otherwise known as Latin. In Latin, we would summarize our discussion this afternoon in one sentence. Corte suprema alla cuta cosa finito. And I will translate that. The Supreme Court has spoken, all matters are settled. There's no matter left for discussion. There's absolutely nothing left for discussion. There's absolutely nothing left for resolution. There's nothing left for amendment. Even here, I understood the position of the Speaker to be a request to the learned Attorney General to render an account of the implementation of the court order. And I sat here attentively and I listened to the learned Attorney General render an account of the steps they have taken to implement the court order in an orderly manner. Because we do not expect them to implement the court order in a manner that will cause chaos. They will never be able to amend a single order from the Supreme Court. So, and he's only pleading for time. He's asking you for time to implement the court order. My land brother Okrora has already told you, even where the court said there must be cessation of prosecution immediately.
Point of order. Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Fox Odoi is the chair of the Human Rights Committee. He is supposed to help protect the rights of Ugandans. He knows that people who are now in prison are detained illegally and their rights are being infringed upon. Is he in order to say that what the Attorney General is doing is okay and people can be in prison and wait because he's doing it orderly? Is he in order?
Now, honorable colleagues, how will I be determining points of order on opinions? Because these are opinions. This is Honorable Fox-Odoi's opinion. This is how he has understood it. Now, where will I bias myself? Say, for you, you're out of order. Your opinion is out of order. It becomes difficult for me. That's Honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for your very wise counsel and ruling. Right Honorable Speaker, the Attorney General is in a very unenviable position. And at this very critical moment, I can only state that I have absolute faith in his knowledge of the law and his commitment to actions bona fides. So as a House, Right Honorable Speaker, I think it would be improper for us to impute malified intentions on the part of the Attorney General. I beg to submit.
Thank you. I had allowed Honorable Samuj as we were beginning.
So, Speaker, I want to thank you very much. The Attorney General has said the court martial cannot sit because of this judgment. For the court martial, they are not waiting for a decree. There are also no discussion with anyone else, but they immediately stopped functioning. And I want to thank him for release of prisoners, including Dr. Wesige, who is in Ruzira now illegally because there is no detention warrant. There, the DPP is realizing, I have written to Supreme Court. Why didn't you render the same advice to the court martial that continue working as I liaise with the Supreme Court? Why do you think for them they needed to stop functioning immediately, but the others can continue disobeying? I am sympathetic to him. Maybe the same reason that court said military people cannot purport to be dispensing justice. Because the people were asking the Attorney General to advise, they have already expressed themselves. The CDF said Wesige can only get out of prison in a coffin. Really, what sort of advice can you give a person who thinks like that? Even if you are a professor of law times 3. The CDF, one of the supervisors of the General Court Martial, has said Dr. Wesige can only get out of prison in a coffin. He had even arranged to kill him. He had even identified a tree in Guru. And that's why I sympathize with you. Sometimes sometimes these jobs, sometimes these jobs, I think we may need one time the late Professor Chido Makuya was asked to offer advice to the president, and he said in law, you may or may give no advice. That's how he used to talk. In this case, I choose to give no advice. That's what he told the president. One of the reasons he was eventually sacked. What advice do you give to a person who has made the statements that the CDF has made? And then the president who went to Luwero to fight, killing people because he wanted the power. Yes, in Luwero they were not hunting, they were killing. He even speaks about it, how he was robbing guns from barracks, from Kabamba to Masindi to Hoima. He writes trouble is that you support him, but you don't read his book. Because if you did, all this information is there. He went to Luwero to kill. He killed, robbed the banks, including one in Kabale. And then he said he was fighting point number 1 of NRM is democracy. And he says judges don't rule. So who rules Uganda? The president and his son. That what they say is sacrosanct. Even the Attorney General, you are wasting your time. So I want the Attorney General to help me understand whether you can render an advice to 2 military men who have already expressed themselves. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution does not allow Parliament to take any decision whose effect will alter a judgment of court. In advising these military people who are not listening, the Attorney General said he was talking about an amendment. Can he tell us? And I listened to Honorable Fox Odoi very carefully, and I want to thank him. He said there's nothing to amend. But the Attorney General says they have advised him to amend. So what are you advising them to amend, sir? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Taylor John.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the technical issues about the judgment have been raised ably. What I need to add, Right Honourable Speaker, is the component of human rights. In the whole world, when it comes to matters that affect human rights, there is always a deviation from deeper technicalities, because the feeling is that people's rights are being violated. And from the wording of the judgment, any continuation of detention of the prisoners infringes their rights. What the Attorney General has put, which we should put much emphasis on, is how should we do it systematically so that order is maintained in the country. It would also be ugly to wake up in the morning and then people say we have stormed the Luzira prison to pick our people. So what I want to implore the Attorney General is to rightly advise the powers that be to have an expeditious handling of the implementation of the non-debatable orders that were made in the judgment, considering in mind that we still have a long list of individuals who are now falling in the category of people whose rights have been violated. And at this point, we also need to appreciate the position of the Attorney General, where he is the legal advisor to government. And his role is advisory. So I see us crucifying a messenger who has delivered a message.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I think I just want to clarify on one issue that probably Lop raised. The decision, the issue of the position of the inmates now, all the inmates who are under the trial in the General Court Martial, all their matters are now under the jurisdiction of the courts of judicature.
Just wait, Attorney General.
Yes.
Kindly,
Yes.
Honourable colleague, take your seat. Attorney General, continue.
Yes. So what I'm saying is that the court said seize these matters and transfer them to us. That means that the court, the Supreme Court, handed the jurisdiction over any matter that relates to any of those people to the courts of judicature. Now, Honorable Segona, we can continue the debate. I have rendered advice. I have told you that the government has decided to comply with the court order, and we are going to comply with the court orders as have been given by the Supreme Court. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that update. Attorney General, please, I implore both sides to keep in touch with each other. Matters of national importance. Honorable Numbers, matters of national importance. Honorable Numbers, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm so grateful that you have allowed me to raise the matter of national importance.
2 minutes.
But I also want to let you know that all of us had thought that we would get an opportunity to contribute to the debate that was before us. But now that you have ruled that we proceed, Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this House, as a way of raising a matter of national importance, about the plight of travelers on Kampala-Jinja Road. Right Honorable Speaker, what is happening on that highway can no longer be classified as traffic jam, but a crisis in its own style. Right Honorable Speaker, the point of concern as I raise this matter now is the risk we are running as a country of having trucks filled with thousands of liters of fuel stuck in traffic jam for hours in a congested road, on a congested road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of us don't want to be prophets of doom, but it would be very bad if we don't discuss this. That if it is not just for the grace of the Lord who protects us Ugandans, any slight mistake, Right Honorable Speaker, and we will lose thousands of people and property on that road. In case of just a little fire, Right Honorable Speaker, or something near to that, Mr. Speaker, would sit here if some of us are not victims and count the losses. I know it is not easy to construct a road, but I think that there are technical things we can do to mitigate the problem, Mr. Speaker. For example, I remember some years back when I was young, trailers carrying goods from the would move at a particular time.
Honorable Numbers, on matters of national importance, we have a time limit. So I said 2 minutes. We are now in 3. Just let's go on prayers.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to pray that the Minister of Works and Transport comes up with interim provisions to mitigate the crisis.
No, please, Honorable Numbers, conclude your.
To mitigate the crisis on the Kampala-Jinja highway, I so pray.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. That's a very, very critical matter. All of us who pass there. So I think this is, I don't see the Minister of Works here, but right Honorable Prime Minister, you want to respond, please?
Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank Honorable Namboze for bringing up such a question which is touching everybody. Right Honorable Speaker, I just want to inform this House and of course the country that Ministry of Works is fast tracking the Kampala-Jinja Express Highway. The moment they get the money, it is being fast tracked. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, the drivers on that road, especially those ones who are using the big trucks, those are the ones carrying fuel and so on, they have been advised to use Kampala-Jinja Mukono road so that they avoid the traffic around that corner.
Madam Prime Minister, if I may advise, do you think it would be prudent, because your response should be based on her prayers, where she has asked for interim mitigation measures, okay? So can I, if I requested the Minister for Works to come and respond to this issue with clear interim mitigation measures, do you think it would be more helpful?
Right, Honorable, that is right. I agree with you. But I thought for now, I thought I was giving information that can be used as we wait for the Minister of Works to come in. Because they had put a signpost to divert drivers who are using that highway to use Mukono, Kampala-Jinja, because those are big ones. Then the short ones, between Kampala and Mukono, can I finish? Between Kampala and Mukono, Right Honorable, there is railway transport that has been improvised now, so that those people can be using the railway. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Masaba Karim. Honorable, no, we've agreed. Let the minister come on Tuesday next week with a statement that shows interim mitigation measures, and then we shall debate that. Okay. Honorable Sarah Najuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I raise on the matter of national importance about the road from Butalangu to Ngoma and from Ngoma to Chinyogoga. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a section from Chirangas to Ngoma which is becoming impassable. Even there are sections on Ngoma-Chinyogoga Road. Right Honorable Speaker, I contacted the Minister of Works. He sent us machines, but the machines are grounded up to now. And the engineers on ground are telling us to wait for some time, that we should wait up to April. Honorable Speaker, those are the only two roads from Ngoma to Butalangu and from Ngoma to Chinyogoga that lead to these other constituencies. Nakaseke North, those are the only two roads that connect Nakaseke North to Nakaseke Central and to Nakaseke South, and they are the only two roads that connect that constituency to Kampala. Right Honorable Speaker, April is very far, we cannot wait. And the engineers are complaining that they just lack only spare parts. Right Honorable Speaker, I request the Minister of Works to intervene so that the machines are back on the road. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Let the Minister respond on Thursday during Prime Minister's time. All right, thank you. Because Honorable Pio Samuel.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on a matter of national importance on the delay in crop insurance payment for farmers under the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has been implementing the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme, which is a public-private partnership between Ministry of Finance, which represents government, and the Private Insurance Association. Under this scheme, government subsidizes a percentage of the premium, and the farmers also pay a part of it. In 2022, more than 2,000 farmers in Kole district enrolled for this scheme and paid their premiums. They suffered crop failures, they were assessed, and they were due to be given awards. However, Right Honorable Speaker, it's now 2 years down the road and their awards have not been given. The reason that is being given is that government has not honored its part of paying the subsidies for those premiums itself. My prayer, therefore, is that one, the Minister of Finance gives us an update on the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme, because we are now moving into the next rainy season. Secondly, I also want the Minister of Finance to tell us why government has not yet honored paying the premiums or the subsidies for the Uganda Agriculture Insurance Scheme so as to enable the farmers to be paid their awards. Thank you.
Can I also guide this is answered on Thursday? So that means of finance and agriculture can have time to meet over it. There was a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this motion and I want to thank you. Under Rule 59, 59B, 1B. And the motion, Mr. Speaker, is a motion of adjournment to discuss an urgent matter of public importance. Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you. You were generous in allowing us to make comments the way we did about the Supreme Court judgment. But because of the importance of this judgment, I am moving this motion, Mr. Speaker, to persuade you to adjourn the subject matter under consideration and to allow us at least an hour to discuss this matter. Why? The defeat in court was not a defeat just of the Attorney General. In fact, when Parliament was making this law, the Honorable Chiwanuka Chiriowa was not even the Attorney General. So this judgment also touches on how Parliament conducts business here. How you are advised, because the way the Chief Justice described setting up of the court-martial, he said it's like asking him to go to Mulago to begin operating patients. That's what Parliament did. And any MP worth the name must take this as a very serious matter. That what we did, what Parliament did in setting up the General Court-Martial was like telling a lawyer to go to Mulago to operate patients. And second, Mr. Speaker, the constitutional order in the country, this judgment touches on the constitutional order. That you have a military that has taken over management of society. The CDF is issuing one tweet after another. We are now asking Attorney General to advise him. So the motion, Mr. Speaker, of adjournment is to allow us to present these matters to the satisfaction of the public. The public now is very happy with the judiciary. It is time for the public to also be very happy with the Parliament, especially because it's this Parliament that established that General Court-Martial. I am lucky I was not in that Parliament. Otherwise, the words of the Chief Justice. So that's the motion, Mr. Speaker, that I am moving to adjourn consideration of the matters on the floor now to discuss a matter of urgent public importance, and that's the judgment of the Supreme Court.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Semuju. No, wait, I guide before. I need to guide, okay? That's why I'm here. Now, this matter goes beyond Rule 59. It goes to Rule 64. 64.2. A member who desires to move a motion of this nature in writing should, if I may read it, a member desiring to move the motion under sub-rule 1, because it's a special motions, that's adjournment of adjournment motion, definite matter of urgent public importance. A member desiring to move the adjournment motion under sub-rule 1 shall, save in exceptional circumstances, given out to the satisfaction of the Speaker, would submit to the Speaker the terms in writing of the matter which he or she desires to be discussed at least 2 hours before the commencement of the day's sitting. Because you would have seen that is not provided for on the order paper. Number 2, under 64 sub-rule 4, D, which is the right to move a motion under this rule, is subject to the following conditions. The motion must not revive debate on a matter which has already been discussed in the same session under this rule. That I gave this matter 45 minutes. We discussed it for 45 minutes. It's a matter that a member considered to be very important, so he should have gone to the speaker 2 hours before I enter here, at least midday or 11, and say I have an urgent matter, which I don't see on the order paper. In my opinion, I will be moving that we adjourn debate on some items to consider this matter. Therefore, I find it effective, and I cannot even put a question on it. Guidance is not provided for anywhere in our rules. Yeah. Thank you. Our next item. Procedure Buvuma.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, last week on Tuesday, I raised the matter of national importance concerning a boat that capsized due to negligence of the UPD Fisheries Protection Unit. And one of my prayers was for this House to table the fisheries and aquaculture regulations, Right Honourable Speaker. And you requested government to commit themselves as of when these regulations will be tabled, and the third Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honourable Rukia Nakadama, committed herself that the regulations would be tabled within 1 week. So, Right Honourable Speaker, my procedural matter is, wouldn't it be procedural right for us to know whether the Right Honourable Rukia Nakadama has carried along with her the regulations to be tabled for this House, because the fisheries and the fisheries community, we are in need of those regulations.
Please, Honourable, a week has not ended. She told you a week. A week has not ended, please. Stop putting on pressure. Honourable Mapenduzi, you had an issue.
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise under Rule 2182 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Right Honourable Speaker, on the 19th of December, the Public Service Pension Fund Bill 2024 was referred to the Committee on Public Service and Local Government, and the committee was given a period of 45 days within which it should scrutinize and report back to this House. Right Honourable Speaker, you are aware that on the same day, Parliament went on recess, and when we returned, we were given strict time frame within which we were supposed to consider the budget framework paper, and the committee had to accomplish that task. Right Honourable Speaker, considering that the 45 days has gone and we have just a few days, and it would be procedurally correct, Right Honourable Speaker, if you will find fit that the committee be granted permission of and you extend a period by about 3 weeks for the committee to adequately scrutinize and report back to this Parliament. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, 3 weeks is okay? Okay. 3 weeks, let's give you, because we took 3 weeks away from you when you were handling the BFP. Okay. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper.
I have a point of procedure from Honourable Watkins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Having been a friend and a very close friend to you before we even joined this great institution, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm duty bound to submit to constitutional authority. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this submission is in no way trying to challenge your decision. Mr. Speaker, sir, everybody in this chambers picked up a constitution and a Bible. I'm a Bible believer. I'm a Catholic. And a Quran. And then the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we swore, or we took a constitutional oath. One, Mr. Speaker, to defend. Two, to preserve. And three, to protect the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are drawing closer to a breakdown of a constitutional order. And they took the constitutional oath that I and yourself and everybody in the chambers took does not give us adequate room to see what is going on, continue on. Mr. Speaker, my procedural issue. Our Constitution is very, very clear. Article 92. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the Attorney General is aware that even when he's advising government, including this House, we are guided and directed by historic precedents. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to draw the attention of everybody in the chambers to two precedents, which are his.
No, Watkins, I don't have that much time. Please.
Let me wrap up, Mr. Speaker.
Just tell us your point of procedure.
Yeah, this is about the Constitution.
No. Honorable Watkins, please. You are on point of procedure, okay?
This is the procedure matter,
so if
Mr.
you're on
Speaker.
procedure, okay, it's procedure. Please, procedure, point of procedure.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Semogeri and others versus the Attorney General, 2004. Malik Mabirizi versus the Attorney General, 2021. Crystal clear, Mr. Speaker, sir. We're not going to allow a total constitutional breakdown happening on our watch. I'm going to partner with my honorable colleague, Honorable Semuju. That is either that matter considered tomorrow or no matter. So my procedural issue, Mr. Speaker, sir, is having taken the oath, the constitutional oath, would we, Mr. Speaker, sir, be proceeding correctly while we see the executive undermining the very oath, because the ruling of the Supreme Court is non-negotiable. What I don't want, Mr. Speaker, is I don't want your leadership in this House to be co-opted in illegality and also criminality as it relates to offending Article 92 of our Constitution, which is crystal clear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, I'm very happy I see Honorable Atkins wishes me well, wishes this House to have powers, which would also be able maybe to use. But Honorable Atkins, my brother, here, we don't have powers of enforcement of court orders outside those directed at our institution. We can only comment. And that's why around all this much time, and I ask, we can only put the Attorney General and government task to update us. But when it comes court orders, we cannot come here and we give orders. We can't. These are matters of court, settled, okay? Attorney General and the team government, they know what they are supposed to do. Now, in case they don't do what they are supposed to do, okay, the other parties who are aggrieved can go to court for contempt. And I think one of the colleagues, I don't know who raised it, said, Mr. Byabashija, if we go to court to start proceedings against it, was Honorable Sachkuba, I think, for contempt. Honorable Nwagawa, yes, for contempt of court. So here, on such a matters, Parliament was not party We can only comment. And even with our comments, we cannot start taking sides because court already made a decision. So, colleagues, I request you, I beseech your indulgence, that let us know where our powers stop, and we remain playing within the boundaries of our powers as an institution. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Bill's first reading.
Wait, clerk. Remember, Honorable Aisha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there is a matter on agriculture insurance that is being referred to a minister to bring a response next Thursday. And close to a year back, I raised a question again on insurance, and the Attorney General asked for time to get information, and he has never gotten back to us. Would it be procedure right that on the same Thursday, he responds to a question that I asked here, where banks charge double insurance over top-up loans?
Honorable Attorney General.
Right Honourable Speaker, I do not recall undertaking to report back about double insurance of banks, because that's really way outside my realm of, I wouldn't have undertaken that. I think, but if you want me to go and research on it, I can do it, but definitely.
No, it's Minister of Finance.
It's Minister of Finance,
yeah,
maybe. I don't know anything about insurance and their double charges.
Just let me make it very easy for you, Honorable Aisha. I put it in writing, okay? I submit it, I'll ensure the Minister of Finance.
Right, Honourable Speaker, it's a question I've asked twice. That will be the third time. The last time I asked that question, it was addressed to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister addressed the matter to the Attorney General. The Attorney General said, let me go consult and I come back.
Can I request, raise the matter now, okay? The way you wanted it, and I refer it to the right minister.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, when people go to get loans from banks, especially when they're getting top-up, okay, ordinarily banks charge for insurance on every loan. When you go to get a top-up loan, again, insurance is charged. But when they are charging that insurance, they charge for the whole loan. Let me give an example. If you are left with a balance of a loan of 40 million shillings, and you want to top up 100, and they're only going to give 60 million, they charge insurance on the whole amount of loan, which is double charging, because the portion that is you're not taking would be paid for already. So it is cheating people, charging them twice over money that is not taken. So my question was, is it fair, and why isn't government doing regulations that will guide banks not to charge people twice over top-up loans? Thank you.
Thank you, Minister for Finance. That's as a regulator.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, if I have understood Honourable Aisha well, this is the matter between commercial banks and their clients.
They're asking a regulator. As a regulator.
We don't, Mr. Speaker, we don't negotiate on behalf of the clients. Take the loan or don't take. If the loan is bad, leave it.
Senior banker, you wanted to say something? Honorable Mara? Honorable Msasizi, you usually give us answers. Today I don't know who has disturbed you. You rarely give such answers. Honorable Mara?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. The practice is always that every loan that we get from the bank, whether personal loans or vehicle loans or home loans, normally carries some component of insurance charges. And so it will run down for a period of time as agreed by the client. But if you have exhausted, let me say you borrowed a 2-year loan and you're finished 1 year and you want a top-up, normally that top-up will come with an insurance charge again. And it is a relationship, it's an arrangement, it's a product arrangements between you and the bank. Bank of Uganda or the Ministry of Finance has nothing to do with it. Now, if there is any disagreement, because what Bank of Uganda does is to make sure by regulation, all banks must display all their charges in the public so that the people can see, they can educate them. But if you choose to take a particular product, it would have been believed that you've taken it from a point of knowledge. So you shouldn't, they should explain thoroughly to you about the products, benefits, and the charges that come with it. So I don't think it's something that the Ministry of Finance would get involved in, or even the regulator.
Now, honorable colleagues, I don't have much time. You can see we are coming 4 p.m. Okay? Okay, Senior Counsel.
I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I think today, like you, I'm disappointed by the Honorable Henry Musasizi. I think the matter raised by the Honorable Member is of interest to the Ministry of Finance as regulator. One, we have Insurance Regulatory Authority in this country, which is established by law. Number two, banking practice is also regulated by law and supervised by Bank of Uganda. It raises 2 issues, one of law and one of consumer protection. If I were in his shoes, not likely, I would commit to carrying out investigations and then report. That's number one. I would also commit to bringing regulations that regulate that practice. One of the reasons why the economy continues to lag behind is because consumers are not protected. The credit facilities in this country remain very expensive, and these are areas which the Ministry of Finance needs to look into. When he shakes his head in this agreement and this belief, I get worried that he's not about to protect Ugandans, and he's not even bothered, even when he doesn't know. I would implore him to know, first to seek to know, then come and give us an informed answer.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, when the consumers run it to us, say, ask the regulator, we have this issue. I think we should listen to them. You know, because these are people who don't know our issues of technicalities. You can't just throw it at them, our issues of technicalities. Government Minister for Trade is not here, but I think Attorney General should be having information on how far we've reached with the consumer protection law, which government was working on. Maybe this would be helping us. They would be running to that either commission or committee or whatever it is. Do we have any update on the consumer protection law which government had promised? Okay. Attorney General will check and update her. So, Honorable Musasizi, take keen interest in the matter, and in 2 weeks report back to the House. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, in the public gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of traders from Mbare City, Mbare District. They are represented by Honorable Masaba Karim and Honorable Koni Garwango. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Please join me in welcoming them. Stand up for recognition. Thank you. Now I called Honorable Masaba. Ari Aron to present his matter. Was nowhere to be seen. But for me to lobby more votes for him in the constituency, I'm going to, I'm going to give him a chance to speak so that his people can see him speaking on the floor. Raise your matter.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I think they have heard. Unfortunately, you called my name, but I'd gone to facilitate them to be allowed in because they told me it's a big delegation and they needed clearance from the DPC to allow them in. That's why I'd gone, and apologies for that. Right Honorable Speaker, the traders who have come are a group of a larger group. They're representatives of a larger group of some of the traders from Mbale City who were affected by some fires recently, a few days ago. I think some of you saw what happened on media. Many of the shops, over 20 shops, got burnt and they lost properties. worth millions or billions of shillings, and many of them are currently devastated by what happened. And they actually traveled to Kampala. They sent a delegation to come to Kampala to meet the Prime Minister, but unfortunately, she was held up, and I opted to come and raise this matter such that it can be picked up by the Office of the Prime Minister to see how best our traders can be helped, because they have lost properties and many of them are having loans and financial hardships. So that is why I'm raising this matter. The Office of the Prime Minister, there are two prayers. One is for an investigation to be done quickly such that they can know the cause of this, what exactly happened and led to these fires that led to the damage of their properties and loss of properties. Fortunately, we did not have any person who passed on because of the fires, because they happened at night and all their shops were closed. And the last prayer is for the government to run to their aid and see how best they can be helped, how they can facilitate them, because many of them have lost properties and do not know where to begin from. Thank you very much.
Honorable Connie Garwango, do you want to add on something?
Yes, right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me welcome my people from Bale. You're most welcome. Kwa simire mwanyala kweza. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry I've used that language, which is not. I'm sorry I've used that, but I wanted to show my joy for my people.
No, but what does
here.
It mean? What if you're saying they grab me from out?
I've said they are most welcome. Right Honorable Speaker, as Honorable Karim has stated, our businessmen and women have had very hard times after losing all that they had. Given the financial status right now and what is happening in the country, people are really struggling. And if people have struggled and have gotten little, and many of them operate on bank loans, and if you have got a bank loan and everything has gone, it makes them so desperate that many of them have even gotten sicknesses that they have never had because of the pressure that came out of the fires. Right Honorable Speaker, many times government has come up to help people who have had such tragedies. It's my prayer that something is done to see that they are real, they are rehabilitated. I want to thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Minister for Disaster Preparedness.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to confirm that we are aware about the incidents that occurred, and the team is doing an investigation to provide us with a report. And secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I will collaborate with the members of Parliament, and we hold a meeting where the Right Honorable Prime Minister will be present so that we can see how we give them help. I can't be specific now because it involves compensation that needs investigation, and thereafter we'll be able to communicate back to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Bill's first reading. 3.1, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the bill entitled the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025, Bill number 2, be read for the first time.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I also wish to lay the certificate of financial implications accompanying the bill. I beg to.
Thank you. The bill stands referred to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and to be processed within 45 days, depending. But on Chair Finance, these usually are very, very critical, and it's very, very small. These are very, very, very critical clauses that we need to sort out quickly. Honourable Minister, how urgent do you need this bill? Because it's a small bill. I just need to look at the urgency.
Mr. Speaker, this is a one-clause bill, and I would wish the House to consider it at an earliest opportunity. But in any case, if we get it in 2 weeks, we shall be grateful.
Thank you. Maximum 2 weeks, committee.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2025. Item 3.2, the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2025.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2025 be read for the first time. Mr. Speaker, I have accompanied the bill with the certificate of financial implications.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The bill stands referred to the Committee on Finance, process in line with Rule 129, but also 2 weeks' time.
The Excise Duty Amendment Bill 2025. Item 3.3, the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill 2024.
Honourable Minister for Energy.
Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill 2025 be read for the first time.
Is it accompanied by the relevant documents?
Right Honourable Speaker, I wish to beg to lay the Certificate of Financial Implications for the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill 2025.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. The bill stands referred to the Committee on Natural Resources to be processed in line with the Rule 129 of our Rules of Procedure. Next item.
The Energy Efficiency and Conservation Bill 2024.
Yeah. Procedure, Honourable Matthias. Yeah.
Madam Speaker, it's a small matter, but this being a bill, the record ought to read clear. The clerk calling the bill, the Energy Efficiency Bill and Conservation Bill 2024, the minister refers to a bill of 2025. May we know on record what we are dealing with, that the record is very clear?
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, the bill is labelled 2024.
Thank you. Let the record capture that. Thank you so much, Honourable Honourable Matthias Mpuga. Next item.
Item 4 on the order paper, statement by Minister on prolonged pre-trial detention.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, honourable colleagues, I regret to report that we are unable to make this statement today. When the matter came up last week, the Minister of Justice made an effort to meet with the Judiciary, with the Chief Justice and the team. They were busy last week with preparation of the judgment. This came on Tuesday. They were not able to meet him. And this week they are handling the judges' conference, which started today, which should end on Friday. So the Honourable Minister has requested that he be allowed time to meet with the Chief Justice and then be able to report back.
Attorney General, what I thought was, because prisons updates the DPP and all the relevant authorities, I'm told they update them every 6 months or every month. The prisoners, they have their status and all that, okay? what would require meetings on this when you have records? Because maybe the chairman, Committee on Human Rights, can expound on it. I don't know the meetings, what the meetings are about, because the records are clear. Someone has been in prison for 16 years, someone 28 years. So Chairman, Committee on Human Rights.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think you have explained it all. Only to add that we supplied to the Deputy Attorney General a comprehensive list of all remand prisoners who have been incarcerated for periods ranging from a couple of months to 28 years. And the list we supplied to DAG includes the locations at which they are being incarcerated, when they were arrested, what crimes they were charged with, and the periods they have stayed in incarceration. So I believe they have sufficient material to work with.
Yeah, because I don't know whether the judges are going to pronounce themselves the word B.
That's the point, Right Honorable Speaker. Having the list in the Attorney General's chambers does not give you the mandate to act on them, because these people are in the custody of the court. So the complaint raised here is to be taken to the court and say, there are these people. Even if we have them, the only person who can make a decision about that matter is the court that remanded them. I think that's why the minister would like to meet with the leadership of the judiciary. Allow us time, Right Honorable. I think the issue there is that you're seeking for their release, and therefore you have to go to the court to take that action. Ideally, you would have gone to the different courts to do that, but by going to the Chief Justice administratively, you can deal with all those in one place as the head of the judiciary. I think that's what the minister is trying to achieve.
So how much time do you think you need, Attorney General?
The minister has requested that you allow him to come back to this house next week after he has met with the Chief Justice.
Thank you. Next, Honorable item 7. No, item 5, Honorable. I'm also going to get liaise with the minister on this. This is a very, very critical matter. I just not leaving it lying low. Yes, item 5, Honorable colleagues, I had a meeting with the Chair of Budget Committee today, and I found there was a delay in communicating my decision to the committee. So the committee was not ready. We agreed. They are meeting this afternoon and tomorrow to finalize, and then tomorrow afternoon we shall handle this rationalization issue. So let's do item number 6.
Item number 6 on the order paper, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the ongoing update of the National Voters Register.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a 20-page document. The main copy is here, attached with the minutes. Report of the Sectoral Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs on the ongoing general update of the National Voters Register. Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence that I read this document page by page. I beg your indulgence, Mr. Speaker, that I read the document page by page, because at the end of the document, all the matters that have been raised will have been resolved, I think. On January 20th, 2025, the Honorable Deputy Attorney General presented the statement on...
Let me guide you, Honorable. Try to be as detailed as possible, but 20 pages are too many for you to read word for word. But try to be...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the 20th January 2025, the Honorable Deputy Attorney General presented the statement on the ongoing
voter verification exercise. During debate, a number of issues arose that required further interrogation. The Right Honourable Speaker accordingly directed the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs to interact with the relevant government agencies to seek clarification on the matters. Methodology: in the course of the work, the committee interacted with the Electoral Commission, National Identification and Registration Authority, NIRA, and the Uganda Bureau of Statistics. And we reviewed the following documents: the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, Electoral Commission Act Cap 176, Registration of Persons Act Cap 332, and court rulings and Registration of Persons Act Cap 332. Now, the first matter is compiling of a voters register. This is a general matter that we need you to take note of, honorable members. Article 61, Clause 1, Paragraph B of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda imposes a duty on the Electoral Commission to organize, conduct, and supervise elections and referenda in accordance with the Constitution. In performance of this function, Article 61, 2 directs the EC to hold presidential, general, parliamentary, and local government council elections within the first 30 days of the last 122 days before the expiration of the term of the President, Parliament, or local government councils. One of the key activities that the EC must undertake prior to holding any general election is to conduct a general update of the register in each parish, ward, in line with Article 61, Clause 1, Paragraph E of the Constitution, and Sections 18 and 20 of the Electoral Commission Act. On Monday, 20th of January, the Electoral Commission commenced the exercise. The provisions require the EC to compile, maintain, and update on a continuing basis a national voters register, which shall include the names of all persons entitled to vote in any national or local government election. Maintain, as part of the voters register, a voters roll for each constituency. And C, maintain, as part of the voters roll for each constituency, a voters roll for each polling station within the constituency as prescribed by law. Before compiling the voters register, the EC is required to register persons who qualify for voting in accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution and Section 20 of the Elections Commissions Act, and include them on the National Voters Register. Article 59 of the Constitution guarantees the right of every citizen of Uganda of 18 years and above to vote. The same article imposes a duty on the state to take all necessary steps to ensure that all citizens qualified to vote register and exercise their right to vote. Section 20 of the Election Commissions Act provides for the registration of voters and requires that a person is eligible for registration as a voter if that person is a citizen of Uganda and is 18 years and above. In proving a person's citizenship status, Section 69 of the Registration of Persons Act directs that the person must possess a national identity card or a national identification number issued by NIRA. In generating the voters register, Section 65(2) of the Registration of Persons Act, the EC is at discretion to compile, maintain, and update on a continuing basis a national voters register and use the information in the existing national voters register as well as the information contained in the registration of persons held by NIRA. After compiling a voters register, the EC is required to, in Section 24 and 25 of the Election Commission Act, to display for inspection the voters register, a voters roll for each constituency, and a voters roll for each polling station within the constituency. The current voter register and verification exercise is in furtherance of the powers of the EC as outlined above. And the exercise is aimed to 1, enable eligible Ugandan citizens of 18 years and above who are not yet registered as voters to be registered as voters. The second aim of the current exercise is to enable registered voters who wish to transfer to new voting locations to apply for such transfer. The third issue is to enable registered voters to check and confirm that their particulars are correct and appear on the voters register at the polling locations that they indicated during registration. And number 4 is to enable students who are registered by NIRA and have since attained the age of 18 years to present their particulars, that is, the national identification number, for updating and assignment of a polling station within their parish of residence or origin. Consideration of the issues raised by members on the voter registration exercise. During the debate on the statement by the Deputy Attorney General, a number of issues were raised by members in relation to the conduct of the voters register update exercise by EC. The issues were extracted by the committee and referred to the agencies, EC, NIRA, and UBOS. Below is part of the committee, is the report of the committee on the issues raised, taking into account the responses received from EC, NIRA, and UBOS, and the legal obligations imposed on those agencies under the law. The first issue members raised is the registration of persons without national IDs, stroke NIN numbers by the Electoral Commission. A number of members questioned the current practice by the EC of registering first-time voters who do not possess national identity card numbers. The members urged that the Electoral Commission should not be registering first-time voters who do not possess NIN numbers, since such individuals have not been certified as citizens of Uganda. On its part, the EC informed the committee that it is currently registering persons to participate in elections, whether such persons possess NIN numbers or not. The EC explained that where a person appears and he has a national ID, the voter is registered by the EC for inclusion on a national voter. And if the person does not have a NIN number, then the person is registered by EC, and his or her particulars are collected and are transmitted to NIRA for registration and issuance of a NIN number. The committee has examined this matter and finds that the registration of voters is governed by the Constitution, the Electoral Commission Act, and the Registration of Persons Act. The committee is aware that Article 59 of the Constitution guarantees every citizen who is above 18 the right to vote. The same article imposes an obligation on every citizen of Uganda of 18 years and above the duty to register to vote in an election. Article 61(1)(e) of the Constitution imposes a duty on the EC to compile, maintain, revise, and update the voters' register. Section 20 of the Election Commission Act provides for the qualification of a voter in Uganda, and it requires that a person is qualified as a voter if that person is a citizen of Uganda and is 18 years of age or above. In ascertaining the citizenship of a voter, a person who alleges to be a citizen of Uganda must produce a NIN number issued by NIRA within the provisions of the Registration of Persons Act, Section 66(2) of the Registration of Persons Act. Sorry, yeah. Just I'll go back a bit. Section 20 of the Election Commission provides for the qualification of a voter in Uganda. It requires that a person is qualified as a voter if the person is a citizen of Uganda and is 18 years of age and above. In ascertaining the citizenship of a voter, a person who alleges to be a citizen of Uganda must produce a national ID or a NIN issued by NIRA within the provisions of the Registration of Persons Act. Section 66(2) of the Registration of Persons Act requires a person to produce a NIN number or a national identification card or alien's identification number or alien's identification in identifying him or herself as a voter. The committee observes that the registration of a person as a voter is a two-step process which is commenced by a person being registered by NIRA, issued with a national ID or a NIN, and therefore presenting himself or herself to the Electoral Commission for registration as a voter. The committee notes that the current practice adopted by EC of registering first-time voters who do not possess national IDs or NIN numbers is wrong, since by the time a person applies to the EC to be registered as a voter, he or she must have proved his or her citizenship status by registering with NIRA and being issued with a NIN or a national identity card, which certifies the person as a Ugandan. The committee therefore notes that it is wrong for the EC to register persons who are not possessed with national IDs or NINs because their mandate is to register citizens of Uganda for election, and a person without a NIN number has to first prove his or her citizenship before being registered as a voter. The mandate to register citizens of Uganda is the preserve of NIRA and cannot be ceded to any other person or authority. The committee therefore finds that the EC should only register persons who possess national identity cards or NIN numbers or student LIN numbers. Any person who does not have a national ID, NIN or student number should not be registered by the EC, and should instead be directed to apply to NIRA to register and obtain a NIN number, ID, or a student's number before they are registered by EC. Recommendation. The committee recommends, therefore, that during the update of voters registered, the EC should only register persons who are above 18 years and above, and possess national IDs, NIN numbers, or LIN numbers. Second recommendation, since NIRA and EC are carrying out complementary work, NIRA should consider undertaking registration of persons exercises during the period the EC is undertaking voter verification, so that persons who are not possessed with national IDs or NIN numbers can be registered by NIRA during the same exercise, and the records of such persons be shared automatically with the EC as provided in Section 66(2) of the Registration of Persons Act. The second issue, honorable members, was the adequacy of registration kits, stock registration of new voters at the sub-county level. A number of members raised issues about the registration of new voters at the sub-county instead of parish or ward as required under Section 20 of the Electoral Commission Act. The members urged that the registration of persons at the sub-county rather than at the parish ward has discouraged first-time voters from participating in electoral processes, since they have to walk long distances from their villages to the sub-county in order to get registered. Members also argued that their constituents have incurred a lot of costs associated with transportation and wastage of a lot of time on commuting to and from their villages and to the sub-county. The Electoral Commission confirmed to the committee that it had indeed supplied registration kits at the sub-county level rather than at the parish level or ward. However, the EC clarified that the kits are supposed to rotate at parish levels on different days during the exercise. According to the EC, the total number of kits deployed for this exercise is 2,703 biometric enrollment kits, instead of the required 5,000 kits. The distribution of the kits was made based on the sub-counties, except for Kampala and Wakiso and Mukono, which have been allocated additional kits per parish or ward. The EC confirmed that it had received 35,000 out of 36,000 tablets from Uganda Bureau of Statistics, and the remaining tablets were undergoing verification before issuance to EC. According to the EC, the kits obtained from UBOS are not suitable for this exercise, since they lack some of the features needed to carry out this work. The committee was informed that the 36,000 kits obtained from UBOS will be used for purposes of biometric voter verification during polling day. The committee observed that the practice of registering voters at the sub-county in some areas of the country instead of the parish or ward contravenes Section 20 of the Electoral Commission Act. The committee notes that this practice, born out of expediency due to the few number of kits that were made available to EC. The committee is aware that whereas the EC had requested for 5,000 biometric enrollment kits, only 2,703 biometric enrollment kits were made available. In order for the EC to comply with its statutory duties, it made the practical decision of distributing the available kits based on sub-counties in order to ensure that the exercise is carried out within the prescribed time. The committee notes that currently Uganda has 2,211 sub-counties, municipal divisions and town boards, 10,690 parishes or wards, 70,000 villages, stroke cells, 11 cities, 146 districts, 302 counties, 31 municipalities, and 34,000 polling stations. If the kits for registration were to be stationed at every parish or ward as required under Section 20 of the Electoral Commission Act, the EC would require 10,690 kits, a number that is currently out of their reach. The Commission finds that the kits available to EC were insufficient, making it difficult for the EC to have full-time kits at every parish or ward, and therefore the committee also finds that the insufficient numbers of kits deployed for voter verification has affected the ability of the EC to carry out the voter verification exercise smoothly and with little disruption to the normal lives of the people of Uganda. Recommendations. In light of the above, the committee recommends that the EC should consider extending the deadline for the voter verification exercise in light of the challenges faced in the process. The government should prioritize procurement of election kits and other ICT equipment needed by EC, and the EC should, in compliance with Section 20 of the Electoral Commission Act, ensure that voter verification exercise is carried out at the parish or ward. The other issue, honourable members, was the functionality of the kits used for voter verification and update. Members were concerned that the functionality of the registration kits have argued that the registration kits are obsolete and constantly break down, thereby delaying the registration process. The members were also concerned of the slow pace of the verification of individuals, reasoning that since the registration kits are old, they can only work on a limited number of people, and in most areas not exceeding 50 per day, thereby occasioning delays in the registration process, leading to frustration of the would-be voters. The EC confirmed that they have received reports of breakdowns in the kits used for registration of voters and update. EC attributed the breakdown of the kits to the old age of the kits, on account that the kits being used for the exercise were first procured for the 2014-2015 mass enrollment and registration under the National Security Information System Project, the predecessor of NIRA. NIRA informed the committee that the kits used by EC were procured by NIRA in 2014 and are 11 years old at the moment. According to NIRA, the kits are at the end of life and end of support, and their performance is suboptimal because of degradation over time. Precisely, they are obsolete. The committee was informed that as a mitigation measure, the EC has deployed ICT teams to deal with the problems experienced during the voter verification exercise. On its part, NIRA informed the committee that it was in the process of acquiring new 5,500 biometric enrollment kits, data center, equipment, and a new National Security Information System at a cost of 666.85 billion. According to NIRA, government has so far released a total of 300 billion, leaving a balance of 366 billion. However, due to delays in releasing of funds, only a few of the kits procured by NIRA have been delivered, and the rest, together with the new system, have not been supplied. NIRA was, however, hopeful that it would procure, contract, install, configure, deploy, train, and have a working system before the end of the year. So in other words, these ones cannot be available for the process and currently undergoing. The committee observes that the failure to replace the old and obsolete kits used for voter verification and registration is an indicator of bad planning on the part of government, which has not only allowed the use of obsolete kits but also failed to release all the money acquired to procure new kits for both EC and NIRA. This has therefore crippled the operations of the EC during the voter verification exercise. The committee further observes that the failure by government to provide the EC with its
Honorable,
own...
you want to read word for word. We are going to sleep here.
Oh.
The report will be captured on the Hansard, all of it. Just go on observations.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Not
you.
the salient issue,
Thank
not
you,
the
Mr.
recommendation.
Speaker. On this particular issue, our recommendation is that the EC should consider periodically and continuously updating the voter register with information obtained from NIRA in accordance with the Section 65 of the Registration of Persons Act. The other observation is the government should urgently release all funds needed to procure, contract, install, configure, deploy, train, and have the new 5,500 kits kits operation in order to ensure that the 2026 general elections can run smoothly on the new National Security Information System. The other recommendation is the government should consider enabling the Electoral Commission to directly procure all its essential equipments by themselves and not relying on other government agencies, as the case has been on the voter verification exercise. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, and I'm now going to adopt the method you have advised, is the requirement for a recommendation from the Gombolola Internal Security Officer, the Parish Internal Security Officer, and the District Internal Security Officers in the voter verification exercise. Honorable members, the issue of, if you peruse, you realize that the reason why they have been using these people is because of the mistake they used it to bring in new voters who didn't have any numbers. And so, these GISOs and PISOs were supposed to verify citizenship, which we have said was not their mandate. That's the mandate of NIRA. If it was done that way, PISO, DISO, they would never appear anywhere. But they have combined the system of new voters who don't have any numbers with the exercise of verification. So to that end, the committee recommends that the EC should only register persons who possess national IDs or NIN as required by Section 66(2) of the Registration of Persons Act. In case the EC wishes to verify citizenship status of a person, the EC should contact NIRA, since it is the only competent body in Uganda that can attest the citizenship of a person. And the EC should immediately discontinue the involvement of DISOs, PISOs, and GISOs in the verification exercise, since their involvement in the process is legally and administratively redundant. The other issue was the exclusion of school-going children from the voter update exercise, Honorable colleagues, when you read, you'll understand that after this exercise, pupils, students who have attained 18 years of age from March onwards will not be on the register. Why? Because the Electoral Commission says their register should be ready by June for them to be able to start conducting elections. And the first elections are actually in June of the youth, the PWDs, and the other special interest groups. So they are time bound. Any child who will attain 18 years after March will not be able to vote. So we have made a recommendation that the committee recommends that NIRA should ensure that all learners in Uganda are registered and issued with lean numbers. And once they are 18 years of age, their particulars are transmitted to EC for inclusion in the voter register in accordance with Section 65 of the National Registration of Persons Act. But this will only be for this period of the exercise. Any youth who will attain 18 years of age after this exercise, they will not be able to be put on the voters. The other issue was lack of electricity in some sub-counties. Members complain that some sub-counties don't have power, and the kits sometimes are redundant because they are not charged. So the Electoral Commission, we have made recommendations. Government should endeavor to extend electricity to all parts of Uganda for the future. EC should ensure, EC should procure kits with the EC should procure kits with longer battery usage in addition to providing power storage and backup systems in areas with unreliable or no electricity supply. And the other recommendation is EC should immediately provide standby generators to sub-counties that don't have power to ensure that this exercise moves well. The other issue is unavailability of voter registers and the slow pace of voter verification. That was at the beginning. And I'll read this one because it is there is something good there. Members raised the concerns on the delays in the commencement of the voter verification exercise in some constituencies due to, among others, delays in dispatching the voter register to relevant polling stations. The members averred that the delay affected the smooth verification of exercise and led to voter frustration and apathy. The EC admitted that in the beginning, the exercise in some parts of the country did not start smoothly as expected, but now the exercise is moving very well. EC instituted various measures to ensure that the exercise can be completed smoothly, including deploying supervisors in every district of Uganda to ensure that matters that raise are well handled. However, the EC also indicated that it is monitoring the situation on ground in real time, and if need be, EC will extend the time for the exercise. That one, we got an assurance from them that they are monitoring, they are going to be reporting to us, and I have a report I received today that should there be a need to extend, they will indeed extend the time. The recommendation is that the committee recommends that the EC should plan appropriately to ensure that verification and other voting materials are delivered on time. The committee recommends that the EC should consider extending the deadline for the verification exercise due to the disruptions experienced at the beginning. Then, irregular removal of voters from the roll. Colleagues, the EC explained that it is not within their mandate to remove voters, and that the process for removal of voters from a roll is elaborate under Section 26(3) of the Electoral Commissions Act, and that any voter who has been removed erroneously has an opportunity in this period to be reinstated back, but also during the display of the voters' register, which is upcoming, I think, within 3 or 4 weeks from now. During that period, if you go and realize that you are not on the voters' register, there's going to be a tribunal, you raise a complaint, and you can be reinstated back. The committee recommends that the EC introduces mechanisms that prevent the removal of voters contrary to the provisions of the law in order to ensure credible, accurate, and transparent voter register. Any person whose particulars are missing from the voter register after the current voter verification period can have the particulars included in the voter register during the period of voter display as required in Section 25 of the Electoral Commission Act. The issue of charging money from voters by PISOs, GISOs, and some LCs, the Electoral Commission acknowledged that indeed there are some complaints that have come up and said they are making follow-up to ensure that such is not, does not take place and it is illegal. Recommendations, the committee informs recommends that the EC informs the public about any fees payable, if any. That the EC makes complaint reporting and handling processes simpler and more accessible to the people, and engages investigative agencies of government to investigate and prosecute persons who impose any fees from the voters. And that the EC makes the verification of voters simpler and removes unnecessary procedures and the processes that may be used to perpetuate corruption. Then, colleagues, the issue of use of 2014 census results in demarcation of electoral areas. We had here that in some areas where we are supposed to have, where there used to be 3 or 4 councillors, now there is either 1 or 2 councillors. This was caused by the usage of the 2014 data in the demarcation of electoral areas. The Electoral Commission explained that because of the timeness, they are time bound, they had to demarcate areas, and yet WUBOS is not ready with their statistics, with the data of the 2024 population census. And the reason WUBOS gave us was that there are conflicts in many areas of the country, and they gave us those areas here. Apa, there is a dispute in Apa between Amuru and Adjournment. There is a dispute in Pararo or Kora area. There is a dispute in Ombechi, Kochi, Legura, Mogi area. The dispute is between Yumbe and Obongi districts. There is a dispute in Nyamisingira area, and therefore, WUBOS says they are waiting to sort these disputes out with the Minister of Local Government and the local areas, the local leadership, and then thereafter they can be able to release the 2024 data, which goes up to the sub-counties, villages, and parishes. So, as it is now, we have resolved that, we have recommended that the Electoral Commission reviews the demarcation of electoral areas in all the parishes in Uganda to ensure that using the population quota prescribed in Section 120 of the Local Government Act will not result in a number of councillors being less than 10 in a local area as required in Section 124, because there is a mitigation measure under Section 120 of the Local Government Act. Where councillors are less than 10 in a local government, the Electoral Commission has a mitigation measure under that act to ensure that they step up they cut down on the numbers to ensure that at least every local government has 10 councillors. WUBOS urgently releases the 2024 census results.
Conclude,
that the Minister of Local Government...
Chair, conclude.
I'm concluding, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Local Government should urgently resolve all the boundary and other disputes affecting local governments as explained. Low level of voter education, as you have realized, colleagues, and we talked about here, voter education has been lacking. It has been minimal, not as required. So we have recommended that in accordance with Article 61G of the Constitution, the EC should formulate comprehensive and detailed educational programs for the education of the voters on the 2026 general elections. EC should expedite the process of procuring entities to carry out voter education. EC should ensure that voter education exercises are undertaken before end of the election processes begin. Mr. Speaker, I'm concluding. The committee has examined the issues raised by the members and found that some of the issues affecting the voter registration exercise are likely to have a negative impact on the credibility, accuracy, and transparency of the voter register. The legal regime pertaining to the conduct of elections requires that voters must be registered in order to be eligible to participate in an election. The voter registration is intended to ensure that everyone entitled to vote can do so, to prevent ineligible persons from voting and to guard against multiple voting by the same individual. The accuracy of the voter register is a key element in ensuring that all qualified constituents can enjoy their right to vote. Since the credibility of the entire electoral system depends on the accuracy of the voter register, government needs to ensure that resources are made available to the EC to undertake this delicate process in time. Every government agency that has a bearing on the compiling, maintaining, and update of the National Voters Register should play their role to ensure the timely delivery of the voters register at the time of the election. The committee finds that the challenges identified by members during the voter verification exercise have in most cases arisen from outside of the Electoral Commission and from other government agencies, departments and agencies. In the instant case, the delay by the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in providing funds to NIRA to procure the new 5,500 biometric enrollment kits, data center and equipment, and the new NCI system has affected the carrying out of the voter verification process in a timely and efficient manner. Likewise, the delay in supplying valid update data from EC by UBOS has affected the demarcation of constituencies and other electoral areas. Therefore, there is need for government to operate in a coordinated manner, since a failure by one government agency or department or institution has a catastrophic effect on the operation of the EC in the execution of its mandate. Mr. Speaker, that's the end of the report, but 2 issues, and very briefly, Mr.
No,
Speaker.
Chair, even before you got those 2 issues, just first leave the rest. Please take your seat. No, you have a report which members signed. So is it part of the report?
Mr. Speaker, I received the current update from the chairman of Electoral Commission as of yesterday.
No, Chair, your role was to read the report.
Oh.
If there is any update, the minister is around.
Thank you. Much obliged, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. Now, thank you, Chair. You've done a wonderful job. But, honorable colleagues, I have been guiding the House on several occasions, but sometimes it's difficult. People say, no, we have, Now, Article 62 of the Constitution, independence of the Commission. Subject to the provisions of this Constitution, the Commission shall be independent and shall, in the performance of its functions, not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. The recommendations we are making here, we are telling the Electoral Commission, go adjust boundaries, extend the deadline, do what? It's in contravention of Article 62, Chair. And moreover, we are beneficiaries of the electoral process. We cannot be here defying the law which this House legislated upon. Rope, do you want to say anything about it? I have not yet opened debate on the report. I'm only bringing a matter of the law on where the limit of our powers stops.
Honourable Speaker, the legislature is the third arm of government, and the executive is accountable to this legislature. And that's why when we raised these matters, when I specifically raised this matter, is because ultimately the people of Uganda have recourse here in the legislature through their legislators. The report is saying EC should consider extending the period of the voter verification exercise. We are not sitting here and directing and saying, EC, you should extend this period by 30 days. If you don't, we are going to do A, B, C, D, E. That's not what we are doing. We are saying, EC, based on all these challenges, which they also admit, because they have also admitted to, number one, their kits are not adequate, because you find one kit where you're lucky per sub-county. Where you're unlucky, 3 sub-counties are using one kit. Some of these kits are defective. The voter education exercise has not been adequate because LC1 chairpersons who are part and parcel of this process, many of them are just getting to know now. So the Electoral Commission is conceding that there have been challenges, and that's why we are saying it should consider extending, because it is their duty. They are the ones that came up with this roadmap. They are the ones that can extend. So we are playing an advisory role for their good as well, because they come to Parliament saying, now give us money for this exercise, give us money for this other exercise.
Just Honorable Joan, I totally agree with. I just want you to take me on the matter of the law. I'm a presiding officer of the House. I want to preside over the House lawfully. Okay? So, issues of justification, what, it's very, very simple. Can we interfere with, it's here. Because when you go for one recommendation, for example, I have here recommendations where we are directing EC on what to do. I have the EC should review the demarcation of electoral areas. Okay? I have EC should engage EC should engage investigative agencies to investigate and prosecute who, yes, I brought it to you. Otherwise, I would have ruled. But I want us to be within our limits in as far as the law is concerned, okay?
Maybe finally, Right Honourable Speaker, I actually agree with you because, previously I was raising the concern of the DPP not being directed. But you see, the Electoral Commission falls under a certain sectoral committee, even for accountability purposes. Vis-a-vis, how are they utilizing the resources given to them and accountability committees? Number two, are they executing their mandate within the law? So I think it is okay for Parliament to say, by the way, your mandate as the Electoral Commission is to follow this law in demarcation and that kind of thing. Please follow the law. I think that's within our powers as Parliament to call to order any entity in this country because it is our oversight role.
Thank you. Honourable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I must first of all state that I'm a member of the Committee on Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. Yeah. And therefore, in enumerating the issues before the House, we had in mind the limitations of our duty. And there's a reason why the EC appeared together with the UBOS and the NIRA. Synchronizing their role is part of accountability. And if you go by the command of Article 63, particularly 5, sub-Article 5, on the roles of the Electoral Commission, barely 10 months to the elections, and they have not done that role, and the abdicative, outlook of UBOS in releasing the census results, this Parliament is really doing its work in reminding them of that application and reminding them of the timelines within which they have to execute that mandate. Mr. Speaker, sir, I think we are moving well. The report the coaching of the language of the report could probably sound as though directing, but we are reminding these agencies of these critical obligation to the people and under the Constitution. So we are within our limits, I contend.
Thank you, Honourable Numbers.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is true that the Constitution provides for the independence of the Electoral Commission, but I think that is in relation to the fact that the Electoral Commission itself is also doing things in accordance to the Constitution. Because it is the same Constitution that provides for the powers of the people of Uganda through their elected leaders. And it is the same Constitution that provides Parliament and its oversight law, Right Honourable Speaker. As long as the Electoral Commission is not following the Constitution and the laws of Uganda, I think it is right and prudent for Parliament, on behalf of the people of Uganda, to call them to order. For example, Right Honourable Speaker, it is provided under the Constitution that the determination of electoral areas shall be done after a census, and then that was a census in Uganda in 2024, and the Electoral Commission is saying, no, we are using 2014 census results a decade ago, more than a decade ago, Right Honourable Speaker. And by doing that, they are differentializing the people and denying them leaders. In certain places, like in my council, for example, they left us with councillors who cannot be used to constitute a council and its organs, like forming up committees of the council, i.e. the executive committee and the other working committees of the council, Right Honourable Speaker. So, Right Honourable Speaker, we should not allow the Electoral Commission to hide behind their independence to violate the Constitution. We came here and we took an oath to defend the Constitution at all times, and by calling on the Electoral Commission to do what is right, Mr. Speaker, we are defending the Constitution and ensuring that the power of the people of Uganda prevails through their elected leaders. I beg to move.
I think, Honourable colleagues, my issue is not on us calling on the Electoral Commission to do a right thing. You can do it through any forum. Is us making resolutions, okay, which we are saying go implement. as the Electoral Commission? Since it's a matter of the law, we have the Attorney General here. I need your guidance on
I
this.
think,
Attorney
Right
General.
Honourable Speaker, I think what your guidance is quite right. The issue is not we cannot discuss the electoral process. The issue is that what instruction are we giving? For example, if you say the EC should immediately discontinue the involvement of DSOs, PSOs, etc., etc., you have now gone to another point. So you need to tell them that the identification. No, for example, when you say you cannot register people who don't have NINs, that's not correct. Because the law says that the Electoral Commission may use the register. It is only for identification. So you need, what I'm saying is that, and I think I agree with the Right Honourable Speaker, that when we are going about this, if we are giving advisory recommendation, they can be given on matters of principle. The moment you start telling them how to conduct a particular function, we may cross the line. That's, I think, what the Honourable Speaker is saying. Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, if I could guide, we could receive the report of the committee and have them look at the matter.
Yeah, thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I want to give my ruling on this matter. Okay? I'm uncomfortable presiding over a house which is interfering with the powers of a body of which we as legislators said should be independent. If we wanted to interfere, we should have expressly stated it here. I just want to make that very clear. But I consulted a little bit. I've been talking to the Electoral Commission following up on these issues. Let us send this report to them as a gesture of goodwill and showing because the report has captured all the issues which members were looking at. Let us, because the moment we say we first adopt it, then Rule 220 will require them to come and report here within certain timelines. But let us take advantage of the goodwill that Parliament has shown the Electoral Commission. We send them this report, and we shall, at an appropriate time, Minister of Justice will update us. Okay? Yeah, will update us on this. No. Yes, Rob. I've made my ruling. Rule 87 guides you on how to challenge my ruling.
Honourable Speaker.
Just go to the rules, you can challenge my ruling. Yes.
Honourable Speaker, without revisiting your ruling, I'm just trying to see how we get a balancing act so that the concerns raised by the people of Uganda through the legislators are attended to. How do we get committal from government that they are going to attend to these issues, and for that matter by way of an update, because these issues are very critical, they are of concern out there. So I don't know, maybe let me wait to get your attention, sir. I wanted to see how you could guide, right, Honourable Speaker, how we get committal from government to address these concerns of the general public, because these are cross-cutting issues. Cross-cutting, by the way. This side, that's what our people are raising as concerns.
Can I have the attention of the Attorney General?
So how do we, Mr. Attorney General and government, get committal that these issues of concern are going to be addressed in a timely manner? Because that's what is hovering over us, really.
Attorney General?
Right Honourable Speaker, we can have the Minister of Justice come back here, say next week, to report on the actions that have been taken, having listened to what Parliament has to say, in form of reporting back on the process of...
we can say, Attorney General, we can say, the minister updates the House, okay? And on the process. And in the update, he takes cognizance of these issues which had been raised here. Now, that even gives us the freedom to debate his statement. Okay, it makes it much easier for me to manage the debate on the floor. So, colleagues, next item. No, please. No, let me make it very clear on this issue. No procedure, okay? I'm done. Next item.
Item number 7 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on the museums and monuments, in brackets, declaration of protected heritage resources and heritage resources of significant value to Uganda, Regulations 2024.
So, Attorney General, the process ends on Monday. Can the Minister of Justice update us on Thursday? Okay? Yeah, let the Minister update us on Thursday.
Sure, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Just wait. No, wait a bit. Honourable colleagues, on this item, number 7, just, please, I'm on item number 7. By the way, it's not mandatory that I allow procedure. Colleagues, I just want to make it very clear. It's in my discretion that I can allow any point of interruption of debate in the House. So I request you, when I say procedure, sometimes I've been also pushed very far, okay? And I need to move, I'm stuck somewhere, okay? Honourable colleagues, on Thursday, 17th October 2024, the Honourable Minister of State for Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Honourable Martin Bahinduka Mugara, tabled the museums and monuments, bracket declaration of protected heritage resources and heritage resources of significant value to Uganda, Regulations, Statutory Instrument number 69 of 2024, which the House referred to the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry for scrutiny in accordance with Section 95 of the Museum and Monuments Act, Cap 149. Section 95 of the Museums and Monuments Act states that the Minister may, by statutory instrument, on the recommendation of the Department, make regulations for better carrying into effect the provisions of this Act. Without prejudice to subsection 1, the Minister shall, by statutory instrument, in consultation with the Minister responsible for mineral development and with the approval of Cabinet, declare protected heritage resources and heritage resources of significant value to Uganda. 3, a statutory instrument made under subsection 2 shall be laid before Parliament. 4, Parliament may, by resolution, revoke the statutory instrument laid under subsection 2, 3, or a particular provision of the statutory instrument within 30 days from the date on which the statutory instrument is laid. Honourable colleagues, the provision mandates the Minister, having consulted Cabinet, to declare protected heritage resources and heritage resources of significant value to Uganda by statutory instrument, and this statutory instrument was laid in Parliament. The section further requires that once the statutory instrument is laid, Parliament may, by resolution, revoke the statutory instrument or particular provision of that statutory instrument within 30 days from the date on which the statutory instrument is laid. Honourable members, I note that the Minister laid the statutory instrument in Parliament on 17th October 2024. And I further note that we have exceeded the 30 days within which Parliament was expected to have taken action of revocation of the statutory instrument or a particular provision of the instrument. Given the above, therefore, guide and rule that we are constrained by the limitation of 30 days time frame to consider the committee report and therefore guide that the statutory instrument laid in Parliament on 17th October 2024 was approved by Parliament by virtue of lapse of time in accordance with Section 95 of the Museums and Monuments Act, Cap 149. That's very, very clear. Next item.
Item number 8 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report. I think I shouldn't stop there. I should really apologize. I should apologize on this. Really, this was a big oversight, and I hope it doesn't happen again. And also, Rule 129 of our Rules of Procedure gives 45 days. I don't know when we were making the act. At least we should have complied with Rule 149. Be the committee followed Rule 129. But, Honourable Minister, since you interacted with the committee, I would propose to you that you receive this report in good faith, though now it's not a report of Parliament because it's not adopted, that you receive it in good faith, you look at it, then you can propose amendments, okay? Can propose amendments in line what the committee had proposed. This would be good for your for the good relationship between you and the committee. You want to say something about that?
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. It's good that the committee had equally agreed with the statutory instrument with some recommendation, and I want to assure the House that we'll go ahead and implement the recommendation in the report by the committee. Thank you.
Because this item is vacated. It's as if we allowed the minister to continue with their statement. Thank you. Next item. Yes, procedure matter, Honourable Mpuga.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. It's because I did not capture your eye when the matter was still alive, but related to a matter earlier vacated, but not trying to bring it back as a matter of debate. And you have been consistent in ensuring that Parliament takes its role. That thread of debate and guidance even carried through an earlier debate on the role of the Attorney General in the release of prisoners after the court ruling. And I think that is the way to go. Now that we have taken that route of sticking to our role, Right Honourable Speaker, and the Attorney General is in the House, 3 months ago, I tabled before your office a plethora of amendments to cause reforms of electoral matter. And that role to which we have a duty, we have not played as a House, Right Honourable Speaker. One, may we be guided by the Attorney General whether he has any reforms of legislative nature is bringing that relate to elections. 2, when will mind see the order of the day on the order paper? Now that that's our role, and therefore we stick to that.
Thank you. As I look for an answer to give you, let us start with Attorney General. He seems to be more ready.
Right Honourable Speaker, I have not received any instructions to draft any reforms from the Ministry of Justice, but I'll check.
So, Honourable Mpuga, just let me also go back. I could check with the clerk. I consult our technical team, and then I give guidance on the matter. Okay? Thank you. Yes, Honourable Sasaga.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, some time back in the 9th Parliament, I presided over a committee of Parliament, and that was Government Assurances Committee. And such a scenario also happened. That the time which has been allocated to the committee to process the work and present had expired. But the committee had done its work and finished processing the committee report. The challenge was the work could not get itself on the order paper until that time allocated indeed expired. For such a scenario where a committee has done and processed its work, but the work has not got itself earlier on the order paper. Like, for example, this committee report. Under such circumstances, how should you proceed as Parliament? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Honorable, the law does not talk about when the committee finished work. The law talks about when the decision was made by this House. So I don't know when the committee submitted the report. I need to go back and cross-check. But even if I do that, it's post-mortem. The law doesn't consider the committee report. The law considers a resolution of the House. And that's why I've said, honorable colleagues, that that was a fault on our side. It was a mistake on our side. And I'm praying that this doesn't happen again. When we have statutory deadlines, we should meet those statutory deadlines. So I'm going to go back with the clerk. We shall look through and we'll be on a clear guard that it doesn't happen again. Yeah. Yes, Margot?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
But I don't know
the clarification.
From who, because no one on the floor, and on clarification, there should be someone on the floor.
Yeah, from the two.
No, that doesn't. Honourable Babiku? Clarification, there must be...
the clarification I was making is even from your submission, right?
Yeah, but you're not sure who it is.
Yeah.
You started from the two, you are okay? Yeah?
Right, Honourable. It's because he stated that such a scenario happened. And again, the question came back to you. The question I was posing, what happened to their report? Did it proceed so that there is a precedent to use, or it didn't proceed?
You see, honorable colleagues, I allowed, there is a law to use. Okay? If there is a law to use, why should I look for precedents to use? There is a law to use, and it's very clear. Okay? Now, I put this matter on the order paper so that it can be formally vacated. Otherwise, it was going to remain pending on the order paper. But what is very important is ensuring it doesn't happen again. Yes, Honorable Babiku.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. I really request that I understand something better from you based on your earlier ruling that on the issues of elections.
No, Honourable, that's closed. If you want to submit on it, you challenge my ruling, you follow Rule 87. Thank you. Yes, Honourable Rolla.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I just wanted to add on to what you said about these reports, and I take note that you have apologized and you have guided basing on the law. But Right Honourable Speaker, I wanted to say that these reports sometimes do not come within the confines of the law because they're not given space on the order paper. This almost happened to an ad hoc committee when we were investigating the National Council of Sports. And Right Honourable Speaker, it looks ugly. Sometimes it's suspicious. The members go out there, we do our job, we finish, and yet you, the presiding officers, have told us to do this job. You don't give us space on the order paper, and yet at the end of the day, we're going to be accused that, you see, they were bribed, something happened. So I want to implore that Right Honourable Speaker, as presiding officers who manage the order paper, this incident should not happen because it tarnishes the names of the members of that committee. I thank you.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, Honor. Yeah. It's very unfortunate. You know, there are things which we shouldn't pretend. Okay? This was ours as presiding officers, and we failed on it. And we have to ensure it doesn't happen again. Working with our clerk, we should be ensuring this doesn't happen. Pachuto? I can pick on a white shirt, you look for the microphone.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, previously I asked a question to the Minister of Internal Affairs whether women that dress up in hijab would be allowed to register with their photographs taken with their hijab. And the Minister said yes, they would be allowed as long as they dressed in accordance with the ICOA standards. Right Honorable Speaker, ICOA standard is just the way I am dressed. I've even searched to look for pictorial evidence how ICOA standards are. But I regret to inform the ministers here in the House that Muslim women are again forced to remove their headscarf. They are told ears should be out. ICOA standards do not say ears should be out. The registration exercise is about to expire. Can the Attorney General be comment to this so that the Muslim women be given the right to practice their faith and yet be able to exercise their democratic role of voting their people, and also being able to possess identity cards in the way they want to look like? Because the minister had said they would be allowed. I don't know what is wrong. The taken people say that their machines are programmed in a way that ears should be displayed. But ICOA standards of dressing is just the way I am dressed. Can we be guided by the front bench on how Muslim women should be registered? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, as we come to that, without the presiding officers taking away their responsibility, which includes supervising the committee leaderships and the clerks, I have seen here the office of the clerk received the report on monuments on 31st of January 2025. Okay? So which was way beyond the 30 days. So also the committee, but we are going to go back. I just wanted to put it on record that we should have ensured ourselves that it comes before that time. So I will ask, I will talk to the clerk, that will also bring in the committee clerk to know why a committee clerk should allow this to happen, because they are technical people who should be knowing this deadline. Attorney General, you've heard Honorable Aisha Kabanda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I have quickly flipped through the law and didn't tell us how a person should be when they are taking the picture. So I need to get some time to understand that. Obviously, I think there are certain things that must be done. I think the face must be clear. I don't know. I'm going to just read on it and understand, because understand how it needs to be done. I really don't have an answer right now.
Thank you. Honorable Attorney General, this is a concern of the Muslim community. You kind of take it up serious. I had allowed Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
Maybe it can be one of the issues. Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General, can it, when they are updating us, they can touch on this issue on Thursday? Okay? Yeah. Thank you. Honorable
Thank you,
Pachuto.
Right Honorable. Right Honorable, I appreciate the fact that you have apologized and also guided. But Right Honorable, I'm seeking further guidance. When a committee like the one of Trade now has made a report and brought to Parliament, and it has been referred now, and we, the representatives of the people, that have felt that we would add value by making a contribution on the floor, because some of these monuments, for instance, are there in our districts. How would you guide us on how we can proceed now that we are not going to debate? How can we present the views of our people, the recommendations of our people, the desires of our people? Right Honorable, that's what I wanted to seek, because I'd really prepared myself to make a contribution on the committee's report, because I have several monuments in Pakwach districts, some developed, some not developed, some not even marketed at all. So, Right Honorable, I seek for your guidance. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable, unfortunately, the consequences of our mistake, we face them together. Okay? Honorable Jonathan Odur, you wanted to comment on the same?
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Speaker, this instrument is part of the laws that we make here, and they are not cast in the stone. If there are issues with the instrument, the minister can still, in my opinion, amend that instrument and come back here. So the best way forward in the circumstance would be for the members to reach out so that the minister can again commence a process of reviewing it. But coming back to the core issue of this delay, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I summarize it to one thing. committees are not given money to do business at the right time. When you retreat back and you hold a meeting with the clerk and maybe the Minister of Finance, let committees of Parliament be provided money in a timely manner to conduct business. If you interrogate the reason for this delay, you'll find that the committee did not have money. And I think that is what we should address. Once money is available, this Parliament and the members of Parliament are really competent to dispose of these matters, even within a week or two, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That's well noted. Honorable Jonathan Odu, what you've said is really in line with how I had guided the minister. And the minister had committed. So let's go on with that commitment from the minister. Honorable Pachuto, your issues will be served under that. No, next item.
Item number 8 on the order paper. Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on persistent human-wildlife conflict in national parks and wildlife game reserves in Uganda.
Honorable Chair.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I wish to present the House the report on the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on persistent human-wildlife conflict in national parks and wildlife game reserves in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, the Committee on Trade and Tourism was assigned to consider the matter with guidance to emphasize aspects related to government compensation to victims of human-wildlife conflict, specifically to establish whether victims of human-wildlife conflict were compensated and related matters. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee wishes to inform this House that whereas the matter raised by the Honorable Okello Geoffrey Charles was limited to havoc caused by elephants among some residents of Noya district, the committee considered other wild animals involved in incidents of human wildlife across the country. Right Honorable Speaker and members, in accordance with the instruction of this House, the committee wishes to present its report on the matters. Right Honorable Speaker, briefly I'll go through the terms of reference because they will guide us in the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was guided by the following terms of reference. 1, to establish the extent of damage, loss, or death suffered by victims of human-wildlife conflict, to establish whether government compensates victims or survivors of victims for losses suffered on accounts of human-wildlife conflict, to establish government adherence to the legal framework on the compensation of deaths, injury, loss, and damage to property arising from incidents of human-wildlife conflict, and to consider the matters that are incidental to human-wildlife conflict in areas adjacent to wildlife parks. Right Honorable Speaker, cause of time, I'll skip the methodology, but just to bring it to the attention of the House, that the committee, among the methodology, the committee extended invitation to members representing areas adjacent to national parks where incidences of human-wildlife conflicts have occurred, and members from the following districts interfaced with the committee. The districts are listed there. Right Honorable Speaker, because of time, I'll go straight to observations, findings, and recommendations of the committee with your guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, number 1 term of reference, extent of damage, loss, or death suffered by victims of human-wildlife conflict in areas adjacent to national parks and game reserves in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker and members, in the course of considering the matter with the ministry responsible for wildlife and UWA, the committee established that some incidents of human-wildlife conflicts have resulted into injury, loss, and damage to property. The committee further established that livestock has been preyed upon by predators and destruction of crops by herbivores. A list of claims received by UWA is attached hereto and marked as Appendix F, which I will lay. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee received testimonies from affected persons on incidences of human-wildlife conflict that have occurred in areas adjacent to national parks and wildlife game reserves in Uganda. For instance, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll just mention A, death of Amunyo, Longoli, and Angok Dennis. Right Honorable Speaker, these were killed by buffaloes. B, the death of Mr. Jacob Mujizi. Right Honorable Speaker, he was equally killed by a buffalo. It's from Barara. Right Honorable Speaker, C, we have baboon attacks on Sensa Mwesije. This one is from Rubizi District. D, Right Honorable Speaker, displacement of families occasioned by human-wildlife conflicts. During the committee's visit to some hotspots in Noya District where incidents of human-wildlife conflict occur, the committee was informed that 7 families sought sanctuary at Gonyogo Community Primary School in Gonyogo Village, Lutuka Parish, after their homesteads were destroyed by elephants. The committee was informed by UA that the Wildlife Conservation Committee had since gazetted. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was informed by UA that the Wildlife Compensation Committee had since gazetted of Uganda Wildlife Scheme 2022, convened 12 times and verified 583 claims and recommended the same to the Board of Trustees for approval. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you can see the extract in Appendix H. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee was informed by UA that factors such as increasing human wildlife population, wildlife habitat loss, climate change, and wildlife fires have orchestrated human-wildlife conflict. The committee was further informed by UA that despite clear boundary demarcations, human beings residing in areas adjacent to national parks have defied such demarcations and opted to carry out activities such as crop cultivation, firewood collection, and livestock grazing within boundaries of the national parks. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee observes as follows. 1. Wild animals, especially elephants, have particularly invaded human settlement areas and caused destruction of lives and property. Unlike human beings, wild animals are oblivious of the existence of national park boundaries and will instantly migrate to locations where they once lived, fed, and bred. For instance, in Alek village in Abim district, where elephants have continued to invade human settlement areas and destroyed crops despite the presidential intervention through the UPDF of driving out herds of elephants using helicopters back to Kidepo National Park. Similar challenges of elephant invasions have persisted in Chiyanga village in Mitoma district and in Gonyongo village in Noya, among other areas. Right Honorable Speaker, the growth of invasive plant species which destroy wild animal pasture and inadequate water sources in most national parks during dry spells have often forced wild animals to move beyond gazetted national park boundaries into private and community land. Right Honorable Speaker, number 3 observation, the lack of clear physical boundaries and demarcation of national parks has particularly occasioned wildlife habitat loss, as humans have engaged in livelihood activities such as agriculture, lumbering, poaching, fishing, mining, thus pushing out wild animals from their known natural habitat. For instance, in Imboga village in Katerera County, hippos and other wild animals were reported to have pitched camp in nearby swamps and in crater lakes. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, recommendations of the committee. The committee recommends that government, as a matter of urgency, takes deliberate measures to provide sustainable relief food items to residents of Aliek and Gonyongo in Abim and Noya districts respectively, and to other affected areas throughout the country. Right Honorable Speaker, government takes deliberate measures to fence off gazetted areas and employ other measures like digging of trenches, community engagements, and educational initiatives to foster and promote human-wildlife coexistence in order to mitigate the incidence of human-wildlife conflicts. Right Honorable Speaker, government reclaims and restores the encroached upon areas to make them habitable for wild animals. Right Honorable Speaker, UWA constructs valley dams in national parks with a view of ensuring sustainable supplies of water to wild animals. Right Honorable Speaker, UWA, in collaboration with Uganda Wildlife Research Training Institute, and other research institutes carries out research on invasive species with the aim of controlling and eradicating them to deter the movement of wild animals from national parks to human settlement areas. Right Honorable Speaker, UWA engages in sensitization of people living in districts prone to human-wildlife conflicts on the cause and dangers of human-wildlife conflict, as well as compensation rights and procedures under the regulations in case of harm to life or property. UWA ensures timely payment of claims for compensation that are due to claimants in compliance with Clause 15 of the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme, Regulations 2022. Right Honorable Speaker, we have problem animals. Problem animals in human-wildlife conflict. Right Honorable Speaker and members, from submissions that the committee received from UWA and from residents in areas where human-wildlife conflict have occurred, wild animals have caused mayhem, include elephants, hippos, buffaloes, chimpanzees, monkeys in Queen Elizabeth National Park, Maction Falls National Park, and Kidepo Valley National Park, followed by crocodiles that have killed humans and caused injuries in some parts of Busia, Oyam, Apache, among others. Furthermore, caracals have been reported by some residents in Katakwi and Serere district to frequently predate on domestic animals and birds, including sheep, goat, cows, turkey, chicken, ducks. Right Honorable Speaker, we have attached an image of the caracal, those that don't know it, on Appendix J. I'll lay it. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee further observed that whereas Schedule 4 of the Wildlife Act 315 provides for compensable wildlife species whose damage creates liability for compensation, including elephants, lions, leopards, crocodiles, buffaloes, hyenas, hippopotami, gorilla, chimpanzee, baboons, bush pigs. Damage to property and lives is caused by other wild animals, including monkeys, caracals, squirrels, edible rats, snakes, for which the law does not provide compensation. Recommendations of the committee. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends that in order to safeguard communities from incidences of human-wildlife conflict, UWA should take deliberate steps to relocate identified problematic animals to gazetted national parks and game reserves. Government amends the Wildlife Act 315 to include other wild species like caracals that cause destruction to human lives and property, but are currently not included in Schedule 4 of the Act. Right Honorable Speaker, behavior instincts of wild animals. The committee observed that wild animals have instincts and unique behaviors. For instance, herds of herbivores like zebras, impalas, antelopes, elephants, and buffaloes will migrate to different locations following specific routes purposely to feed, breed, and raise their young ones. And carnivores like lions, hyenas, and leopards are territorial in nature and will mark their hunting grounds with urine as a sign of their dominancy over their grounds. According to research carried out on elephant migration triggers and effects on the surrounding environment, it was established that elephants' migration is unique because elephants do not migrate internally like other species such as zebras and hummingbirds. These species are born with an innate sense to migrate every year at a certain point without fail. The study stated that elephants can make a concise decision to migrate based on when they feel necessary, and that causal factors that may lead to their migration include habitat loss, search for nutrition, and avoiding predators. That migration of elephants can be triggered in some ways, and this migration caused considerable damage to the surrounding environment. The committee observes, Right Honorable Speaker, that some causal factors like increasing human population that lead to habitat loss has driven wild animals like elephant out of their original sanctuaries to safer havens, and in the process engage in destructive activities of development encountered along their known paths or routes. The committee observed that elephants will remigrate to their original habitats where humans would have established settlements which result in human-wildlife conflict. Recommendation of the committee on that one. The committee recommends that UWA identifies high-risk animal corridors and routes with the intention of prioritizing target interventions, including installing electric fences and trenches, among others, to those areas to deter animal movements therein. Right Honorable Speaker, UWA engages with communities residents in areas where elephants live close to proximity to human settlement. In the meantime, engage in measures such as planting of chilies and hot red pepper in gardens to prevent elephants from destroying crops. Right Honorable Speaker, government compensation to victims of human wildlife. Section 83 of Wildlife Act authorizes UWA to establish and maintain wildlife compensation scheme that consists 2% of money collected by the authority from services it offers, money appropriated by Parliament, and money from any other sources appropriated by the board. The money is used for financing compensation claims for human deaths, injuries, or damage to property caused by wildlife outside a protected area. Right Honorable Speaker, the table below, it shows the performance of the 2% Wildlife Fund in respect of the Wildlife Compensation Fund, which I'll not go through. I'll just read the recommendation. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee, I'll read the observation. The committee observed that total transfers of 3.9 billion that UWA made to the compensation scheme fund account were below the 2%, which is equivalent to 7 billion. Required as prescribed under Section 83 of the Wildlife Act 315, giving rise to a variance of 3.1 billion. Upon further examination of the bank statements provided by UWA, Right Honorable Speaker, I'll provide them, the committee established that 682 million was paid out in respect of 121 claims. Right Honorable Speaker, the table is below. 3 claims in financial year 2022-2023 and 118 in 2023-2024 that were verified by UWA. Right Honorable Speaker, the table is there and below it. Whereas the committee noted that the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme Regulations 2022 prescribes under Clause 18 that in case of death, the victims shall be compensated to an amount not exceeding 20 million. The committee observed that they were disproportionate payment to beneficiaries for loss of life on account of human life conflict. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the committee examined bank statement provided by UWA reflecting compensation payment and observed that they reflected different compensation amounts for human life lost on account of human life conflict. The committee noted that claimants received varying figures. For instance, while some claimants received 17 million, others received 10 million, while others received maximum amount of 20 million as provided for under the regulation. Right Honorable Speaker, recommendation. The committee recommends that UWA fully complies with Section 83 of the Uganda Wildlife Act on the transfer of the 2% to the compensation scheme fund account of the money collected by the authority for the services it offers. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee recommends for standardization and minimizing abuse of the fund, the minister responsible for wildlife amends the regulations to provide for a 10% for the maximum compensation payable as financial support for burial arrangements in case of loss of life, which will be deducted once compensation is made. Right Honorable Speaker, government adherence to the legal framework in compensation of victims of human-wildlife conflicts. Challenges to compensation of victims of human-wildlife conflict. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the committee noted from the submissions made by the victims of human-wildlife conflicts that UWA requires the victims from the communities where there are no UWA offices to pick confirmation claims forms from nearby police stations or posts, the insurance of which allegedly requires them to pay unspecified amount of money, which the communities are not comfortable with. The committee, however, noted that the schedule to the Wildlife Compensation Scheme Regulation 2022 provides simplified forms for claims for compensation for injury or death of a person caused by wildlife injury or deaths of livestock caused by wild animals and for property damage by wild animals. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee further noted that UWA requires victims of human-wildlife conflict to have bank accounts, to have bank account numbers registered in their own names, or those without to open them for the purpose of depositing money in respect of settlement of claims for the compensation. UWA informed the committee that failure to process payment for compensations were caused by the delay in gazetting the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme Regulations 2022, inconsistent and inadequate information from claimants, delayed court rulings on rejected awards. On that, Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends UWA expedites payment to ensure timely compensation to victims of human-wildlife conflict in accordance with Clause 15 of the regulations. UWA utilizes all available money transfer options to ensure timely and efficient compensation, including the use of mobile money services. The Minister responsible for wildlife amends the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme Regulations 2022 to ensure compensation is paid to victims of Uganda wildlife conflicts within a period of 30 working days from recipient of the claim. Right Honourable Speaker, compensation payment to families of deceased victims of human wildlife. The committee was informed by UWA that non-standardized cash payment, dubbed compensation payments, are made to immediate families of deceased victims of human wildlife conflict. The committee was further informed by UWA that amounts of money paid on compassionate ground were subjected to recovery at the time of processing compensation to claimants. On further interrogation by the committee, senior staff of UWA gave contradictory information on whether the compassionate payments are deducted from the final payment for compensation or not. The committee observed that compassionate payments made to families of victims who suffered death on account of human-wildlife conflict is discriminatory in nature and not anchored on any legal regime and may be abused by UWA. Recommendations of the committee. The committee recommends that payments for compensation claims by UWA should strictly be in accordance with the Uganda Wildlife Compensation Scheme Regulations 2022. Matters incidental to human-wildlife conflict in areas adjacent to wildlife protected areas. Right Honourable Speaker, community awareness creation and sensitization campaigns. The committee observed that UWA does not conduct adequate awareness creation and sensitization campaigns among community residents in areas adjacent to national parks on dangers and possibilities of attacks by wild animals, as well as peaceful coexistence between human and wild animals. Recommendations. The committee recommends that UWA should foster strategic collaborative partnership with local leadership to sensitize the communities on possible dangers of human-wildlife interaction and peaceful coexistence. Right Honourable Speaker, installation of the electric fences to mitigate human-wildlife conflict. The committee was informed by UWA that a total of 105 kilometers of electric fences have been installed in some sections of the boundaries of Queen Elizabeth National Park and 153 kilometers along some areas of boundaries of Action Falls National Park, while in Kidepo Valley National Park, no installation of fence had started. Right Honourable Speaker, we put an Appendix K on that. The committee was further informed that plans were underway to install an electric fence along the remaining sections of the boundaries of Queen Elizabeth National Park, that's 62, and Action Falls National Park, that's 112, during the financial year 2024-2025. There are plans of concluding the aforementioned parks during financial year 2025-2026, in addition to commencing the fencing of Kibale National Park and Kidepo Valley National Park. Right Honourable Speaker, we attached all those in Annex L and Annex M accordingly. The committee further observed that while in some parts of the boundaries of the protected areas, the electric fence mounted on wooden poles had been damaged and destroyed by termites, hence allowing the free movement of animals out of the protected areas into the communities. Other parts of the protected boundaries had electric fence mounted on fiber poles, which are more durable, hence effectively restricting animal movement. Recommendation of the committee in that matter. Right Honourable Speaker, the committee recommends that government allocates funds to UWA to ensure the timely completion of the installation and maintenance of electric fences around the boundaries of national parks to mitigate incidences of human-wildlife conflict. Right Honourable Speaker and members, as instructed by this August House, the committee considered the matter on human-wildlife conflicts, and it emerged that there were increasing incidences of human-wildlife conflicts that had significant negative impact on the welfare of communities, that communities and residents in the affected areas. It also emerged that government needs to invest in infrastructure and community sensitization and awareness to mitigate incidences of human-wildlife. Right Honourable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honourable Chair.
With all the appendixes in here, Right Honourable Speaker. Appendix F.
You don't need to. They already are covered.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. This is your maiden report? So we should pass it without discussion? Yes. No, I'm just, it's on a light note, Honourable colleague, because you usually say when it's maiden, no interruption. But, Honourable Minister, I just wanted to ask, is there, because you received the report, earlier you read through, is there a few clarifications you wanted to make which would guide us in the debate from the report, or everything is perfect? And we also assigned you the issue of Honourable Chemonge that you would respond to it today as we are debating. And if it's not there, don't bother.
No. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And I want to thank the Chair and the committee for the wonderful report. And we intend to look into most of the guidance and probably implement most of the resolutions of the committee. But maybe just to start with the provision in the schedule of the animals for which compensation can be given. Right Honourable Speaker, it's a committee recommendation that we provide for monkeys, squirrels, snakes. This could be a bit difficult because then it becomes a bigger problem. I think the intention when members were passing this law in 2019 was that we mainly focus on the animals that we have in the protected areas, and these are mainly the lions. But if we open it up to the snakes, and also relocating them to the protected areas may not be as easy as we think it is. But these are recommendations that we'll look into.
We shall add you termites.
So you can see the challenge, Right Honourable Speaker. I know members are going to raise a lot of issues to do with the fencing. Right Honourable Speaker, we have done a proper survey. No, it's already in the report.
That's why I said if there are issues,
yes.
You can clarify on, so that they help us when we are having a debate. We don't repeat ourselves.
Yes, and I want to thank the committee. When they were giving the report, they talked about the areas that we had fenced and those that we had not fenced. We have the amount of money, what we need to do the fence. The issue is really the funding, but we'd have no problem, and probably we get the support from this House and government so that we resolve this matter going forward by implementing and using the fiber poles, not the wooden ones that have been affected by termites. They are more expensive, but they are better solution. On the issue of human-wildlife conflict, Right Honourable Speaker, just like the Chair said, most of these animals you see, specifically if we use the elephants that are disturbing most of us, time back, probably, most of these areas were sparsely populated with less human activity. It's obvious now that the population is more dense. These elephants will always go back to the areas where they were taken as young ones. They tend to remember these migratory routes and go back. And when they do, they find the communities. And the only solution is really the fence, the electric fence. It has worked. And my prayer is the moment we implement it, we'll have most of these issues done away with. On the recommendation of the committee to raise the compensation figure from 2% to 10% is an issue we'll discuss and see how to go about it. But also on the length of time taken between injury or time or death caused by wildlife and the time when someone gets compensation, we agree it is lengthy. We are looking at the regulations. We've only been implementing them for probably 2 years, and we are working on amending them to make the period shorter. Usually it has been between 5 to 6 months, and I want to request Parliament and the committee that probably in the next 3 months we'll have amendments to these regulations. In conclusion, Chair, on the issue raised by Honorable Chemonges, and we were on a conference call today with the warden and the rest of the team. Unfortunately, of course, it was an unfortunate incident. We've taken some action as OA. I don't want to go into the counter accusations, but the 4 officers that were involved have been suspended. I have personally written a letter to the Inspector General of Police to take interest in the matter, help us with the investigation, so that if our officers are found culpable, then they are dealt with by the law. Unfortunately, there has not been burial yet of the victim. It's now a matter beyond our control because it involves 2 families that are disagreeing on where to lay the victim to rest. But we have availed support to the family of around 6.5 million to help with the burial. And then we'll continue the engagements to see, in case we are found culpable, first of all, to deal with the errant officers that participated in this, but also to see how we continue discussions with the family so that we continue with a good relation between the community and our rangers. Those are the main issues, but I want to assure you, Right Honourable Speaker and the House, that we are going to look into all the recommendations made by the committee.
That comment comes after we have adopted the report. What if it's rejected?
Thank you.
Yes. Honourable Bigarod. I will pick Honourable Bigarod. I pick Toro here. I pick the 2 gentlemen. I pick. No, I'm sorry. I'm starting with this side. I'm coming this way. Okay. Yes. I pick Abim. Then and faced. Couldn't hear. Then I come. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I want to, in the same vein, thank the committee and congratulate them for a wonderful report. Right, Honorable Speaker, 2 to 3 weeks ago, on the floor of Parliament here, my sister from Obongi brought a report here where a hippo broke a bone of somebody. And then after that, after 2 weeks, the hippo also broke bones of 2 people and killed animals. Up to today, there is nothing done to these people who are hospitalized. But again, they have said, the minister has said they are going to reduce on their time. But compassionate contributions, if at all, is supposed to be merged with the contributions at the end or compensation. Honestly, treatment is an emergent issue. I would kindly request that the period to help this person should be as an emergency as possible. Lastly, UA prefers animals to human beings. I can tell you West Nile has gone through a lot. We were here on the floor of Parliament talking about the Karuma Road. We have not come back over this issue of Karuma Road. UA is already charging our people. This was a presidential directive. UA loves money. They spend money at source, but they cannot at all fence. How can normal human beings put wooden fences and they're destroyed by termites? When wooden fences can be treated, what happened? Luxury in spending taxpayers' money. I think UA should wake up and do quality work than just come here, you treat our people like we don't matter. I want to understand how you are charging our people before the Parliament has pronounced itself. The road is not yet complete. Our road is so badly off, you want us to die on that road. Thank you.
Now, honorable colleagues, this debate, I see where it's going. The matters are very straightforward. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes each. Honorable Kagwer.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. In the report, I have not heard the inadequacy of the staff. These people are constrained because they are very few, and we need to add on the numbers. Right Honorable Speaker, about the trenches, these animals are now wiser than they were before. They cover them. They cover them. Now, I think it's good that we use electricity. Unfortunately, when we talk about the termites, it's very disturbing because, you know, the umeme poles remain for years. But when you stand and say we put them and they were destroyed by termites, then the work is really very dangerous. Right Honorable Speaker, about the response of UWA, at times they deliberately refuse to come. People call them, they have vehicles, and they report like in 4 or 5 days. I believe, Right Honorable Speaker, that we need to do much better. Otherwise, like my colleague has said, people think government prefers animals to human beings, and it causes us a lot of problems. The number of people that have been compensated and those that have been killed are much lower than what is on ground. Sometime back, I used to chair this same committee, and we're in Noya. 5 people were killed the same night. We are together with the Honorable Minister present here in my constituency. So many people have been killed, and the compensation is a nightmare. The procedures are really a nightmare. Therefore, Honorable Minister, we need to do much better. We really value our animals, but we value the human beings more, because these animals are here because of the people of Uganda, and we need to do a lot, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Adzai Forest Reserve and the Adzai National Game Park is from Adiokolo, border between Arua District of our constituents. Last week, these animals crossed to Arua District in Ivora, destroyed a lot of crops. I'm requesting you, through the minister, then to go on the ground and check the area, and also to go and put also fence that line, because many people of Ivora are not suffering a lot. These animals, they always crossing, destroy very many crops, and it's going to cause a lot of problems. I request the minister so to consider Madio Kolo, this is Ajai Forest Reserve. This is in West Nile. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Evan. Honorable Maguire.
Yeah. All right, Honorable Speaker. I think matters of human-wildlife conflict have appeared on the floor of Parliament more than other motions, always, because it touches life. I one time asked a question here. We have a problem major of elephants, but in all national parks, do we have to multiply in numbers to infinity? Don't we have to reach a certain number so that there is culling, so that there is removal of some of the old unwanted, because they are a target of number of elephants that are needed in every national park. I suppose that some other national parks, the numbers are now exceeding. And then this human-wildlife conflict will continue again and again. I think there is a time we should reach and say, for this national park, we need to do culling. I submit.
Yeah, I think when these animals, some of them, I think they are like we human beings. Being near the national park, my people usually tell me when they are coming for the evening talk and all that, they say a person who has tasted wild meat, most of them, even if you give him a whole cow, and then there is 1 kilo of wild meat, he will go for 1 kilo of wild meat. Then they get addicted. So it seems even these elephants and all that, when they cross over, they take bananas, they eat bananas, they get addicted. It's not just an issue of numbers. Because I'm like in Queen Elizabeth, I'm told our animal numbers are small, that we need more animals in Queen Elizabeth. But now they keep crossing over to my constituency. I have around 3 sub-counties. I can tell you it's been disaster. I took Honorable Martin here. He went, he gave us hope. We survived on it for a month or 2. Now he has even refused to come back. So it's a real disaster. Yes, I had allowed Abim.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the committee for the very good report. Honorable Speaker, when the committee came on the ground, in a beam. I was on the ground. And I think the committee saw the mood of the people. In that meeting, the committee was informed that 5 sub-counties in a beam are affected by wildlife, especially elephants. The 2 persons that the chairperson read their names, one was killed by a buffalo and one was killed by an elephant. And that was a very young person. The honorable colleague is saying we need to weed out the old ones. But I want to inform this House that even those old ones are very dangerous. Just yesterday, we lost 2 people, the Bazungus, while they were doing sport hunting in Kidepo National Park. So I want to appeal to the minister. There was a presidential directive to fence off Kidepo National Park. Abim, for example, doesn't border any park. The 7 affected sub-counties do not border any park or any wildlife reserve. But you can imagine elephants walking from Karenga, passing Kabong, coming to Kotido, and being resident in a beam. It is very unfortunate. And Right Honorable Speaker, from the time the committee left a beam, nothing has changed. The affected families don't have food. They have not been supported. So I appeal to government to support their supporters who are going to vote tomorrow. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want the minister to ensure the presidential...
Karubanga, then Pachuto.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Going straight to the point, I was touched by the minister's observation that there are a number of people who have been compensated. Yet in Kiriandongo, which lies along the Karuma Wildlife Reserve, a lot of cases have been reported, but there is no single compensation so far. We are blessed we did a trench. These animals are so curious. The elephants have learned how to tread on the soils and cover the trench and walk over. We were promised, and actually latrine was constructed in Nyakarongo. Poles were delivered at Nyamahasa with a view of fencing off. I don't know how those poles migrated from that place. The minister told us, you know what, the budget is small. May I appeal to this parliament to appropriate enough funds so that we solve this matter once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Pachuto.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I must thank the committee for the good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to draw attention of this House, also alluding on what the minister stated. Not all the wild animals live in the park. Some of these animals live in the water bodies of Uganda. For example, the Albert Nile. We have so many crocodiles, and my people of Pakwach have suffered several times. I did ask the Minister of Tourism here, I think a year ago, what plans government has to put the electric fences, at least at the landing sites. We have one of the landing sites where these hippos, not crocodiles, hippos and crocodiles as well. But crocodiles, my people have suffered so much from crocodiles. We have Pakwach Secondary School. They move as far as Pakwach Secondary School, and there are no fences. Fisherman, I'm going to give you. The other thing is the report points out the fact about compensation. But Honorable Speaker, we are not so much interested in money. Our people are not so much interested in money. When you have lost your person, money can never buy it. We passed laws here. Who is responsible for popularizing these laws? I went about all my parishes and told people about the act. But what is the ministry doing to inform our people about the do's and don'ts in the park, for instance, and about the law? I am just hearing it now that when somebody has to be compensated, you have to have a bank account. Right, Honorable Minister, Speaker.
Thank you. My sister, that form, if you look at it, it's near like a PDM form. You know, I tried to print PDM forms for my people. I found 8 pages out of how many were regulations and all that, which people in the village don't understand. Someone wants money, doesn't want to know about. So, but I think that's very good guidance from Honorable Pachuto. Us who are coming from those areas, Honorable Minister, our aim is not to get compensation from you. Because the compensation you're even giving is inadequate and it's not even timely. And you will not manage that compensation. It's so huge. So I think, honorable colleagues, what we should do is to support the ministry in ensuring that they restrain, we prevent all this from happening. Because people are not interested in your compensation. It comes as a last resort. Can we stop animals? Can we do anything possible? We stop animals from coming and destroying our crops. I'll pick Honorable Achon, then I go to Honorable Sasaga.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, and I would like to add my voice on a committee report. Honourable Speaker, you know, these animals, they do not require travel visa or passport. So they just move anywhere. Otuke, whatever is affecting Abim, it affects Otuke as well. Each year, we have this buffalo which they come from Kidepo. Kidepo is about 190 kilometers from Otuke. Just last year in July, we had 2 lions which escaped. They came to Otuke. And the situation was worsening where by 7 p.m., everybody was already gone to bed because they were in fear. I think the only way we would advise, let the government come up with a solution of making a fence. This is all what will help. If we don't do this, even the district of people who are far away from the game park, they will always have these challenges. They will always be killed. Just last week, just in Kampala, in Bayogere, we had a leopard. I don't know where the leopard came from. That's very far away. Me personally, I saw it at night where the dog was barking throughout, a huge wild cat. So you wonder what can be this big wild cat which you see. It's not a lion. So you just wonder, at night we do not know what's going on. We should assume to have any wild animals coming into these villages, every places. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sasaga. Then Amisindwa.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Udajil East, which is on the Mount Elgon slope. And I wonder if the scope and the terms of reference were stopping the other side, because I don't see any district to do with Mount Elgon from your report. Number 2, these areas which were made game parks initially were game reserves. And I expected in the committee report that why some of these areas, the communities have continuously violated the boundaries of these game parks, these communities were not compensated. As the land was taken over by government from the game reserves, which the ministers are aware, like for example, Mount Elgon Belt to the national park, the communities living in there were supposed to be compensated by government. Up to date, they have never been compensated. Out of 21 sub-counties in my constituency, 6 of them have been affected. 6 of them have not been compensated. So I could recommend that at least government expedites the process, as one of your recommendations in that report, of paying these communities, so that communities can be able to observe the demarcations by UA. The second one, you talk about electric fencing. But in Mount Elgon region, you will discover all these areas, communities neighboring Mount Elgon, electricity has never reached there. Honorable Minister, in your planning, you could at least have captured and ensured that those areas should have the electricity. The last one is about monkeys. Much as we recommend electric fencing, I don't know if they also capture the monkeys.
Netari City.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank the chair and the committee for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of unclear boundaries. This is something that has been on the floor of this parliament, I think since I've been here, and that was in the 8th parliament. We've talked about clear boundaries in the national parks. Right Honorable Speaker, it has not yielded results. And this is one issue that is causing the conflict between UWA and the people living near the reserved areas. Honorable Minister, what has held us in ascertaining the boundaries? In one part of the region, they talk about 1994 boundary. You go to the other one, they are speaking about 95. Which boundary are we implementing? Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to inform the Minister that your UWA officials hire land in the reserved areas to the people who live closer to the national park. They allow them to plant crops. And when they are transferred and the new team comes in, they also expect to be paid. And when the people refuse, telling them that we paid to the officials who left, they cut the crops. Look into this matter and let your officials respect the boundaries. If they are saying no planting of crops, let them not hire this land out. And if they hire the land out and they find mature crops, let them allow people harvest the crops and they leave. The last issue, Honorable Minister, you...
Thank you. Yeah, that's honorable colleagues. Give me 1 minute. We look. I give you information on the issue of the boundaries. Because I went to welcome the committee as the area member of Parliament for Hinda North when they came, visited Queen Elizabeth on this issue. And Honorable Minister and Attorney General, the director for Rigo in UWA updated us on what they were doing, which will require you, Honorable Minister, to see how it can be expedited in cabinet. UWA sat down and said, look, let us be realistic. Which one is our land? Which land are we occupying? Why are we quarreling with people every day? We are entering down, we are entering where? Okay? Now, they say the Constitution stops them from degazetting, but not from adjusting their boundaries properly, adjusting their boundaries. And this is where the problem was. And we shall need help because this is the same government here. You go, like, Honorable Attorney General, what is funny, if you are to go by the boundaries they are talking about, Mbare around the city will be gone. My home in Mitoma will be gone. Because when our parents came in 1952, the government then gave them Queen Elizabeth National Park. So they gave them Queen Elizabeth National Park. We have 3 sub-counties of Bachiga down there. The moment you are to follow your boundaries, recently NFA came and said you're in Imaramagambo forest and marked. And, you know, people started running around. We cause panic as if we are not serving people of Uganda. We are not. Why don't we live a realistic life? So UWA and Attorney General, why I called on you, is I need you to interest yourself into what they've done. So they said they did a mapping. I think, Honorable Minister, is it the updated one is around 2022? They have an updated one. Yes, they've done a mapping. They are supposed to come to cabinet. And you look into this issue so that you sort out issues of human-wildlife conflict, whereby, in fact, leave alone human-wildlife conflict, UWA people conflict, where UWA is saying, like, Mbare is a national park, Mbare town. Okay? And I think we should move Mbare. Yeah? We move Mbare, but these you will find that these are issues which were determined by the government then. These people didn't put themselves there. For us, Pachiga, when we were coming, Omugabe Gasyonga brought my grandfather. And they said, if you have energy, wherever you can stop cutting, that's the land you will take. That's how we have land there. Otherwise, all of us over 60,000 people, you will have to take us out. We need titles. We need what? You even did allow people to do titles. Now you're coming, you are saying you're in our land. I have passionately talked about this because of the Ergon issue. Ergon is bad. People are doing bad. We promise, we never implement. So, Attorney General, I request you interest yourself in this matter with the Directorate of Rigo in UA and the Minister, because they told us they've gotten a solution, they need it in Cabinet. And they said this is the only realistic way we are going to solve the issues to do with contestation of land between UA and the local people. I'm sorry I've gone deeper, but I felt I should give you that information since I was there. So, Sechanzi, then Emma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for good, touching report they have presented. Why am I saying that this report is touching? Really, I was weighing animal life and human life. Because when I was looking at compensation, really, in case you are caught poaching, the fine is 20 billions. And for the death of a human being, the compensation is only 20 millions. Really, this report is touching. I want to urge the ministry, since here when you are doing the resolutions, you need to bring them here. We also discuss them. I request that one through you, Right Honorable. I want to thank you.
Thank you. Congressman.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee for a good report. And Right Honorable Speaker, for us, like my colleague Jen has said, who are around the waters, we have the added burden which is being occasioned on us by the UPDF operations. And sometimes, through their operations, people, as they are running away from the UPDF, they go into areas where there are a lot of hippos. Their boats are broken. The people are killed. So, and it is one government. It's so painful for us. So in that way, I ask that our people need to be protected in that way. Then, number two, Right Honorable Speaker, from what I hear, it's like UA, when they are in their offices, when they are within the park, they don't have any structure amongst the communities to support them. I'm suggesting if they would be having liaison persons, and the government has community development officers in the sub-counties that surround, why can't you pick on them and you provide them maybe extra training and they become like liaison persons for you so that they can help to bridge the gap between the UA people and the community people? So that is a suggestion I wanted to give. Then finally, I am suggesting also that the money you keep giving to the sub-counties surrounding the park as a way of payback, if you could also have...
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Wall.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Two things only. One is, we know that tourism collects a lot of revenue. I don't know why you cannot ask for enough to let you complete this boundary, the electric boundaries, to at least control elephants and other animals. I cannot talk of crocodiles or the hippopotamus, but at least elephants. Then number two, compensation of human being, 1 million. And for human being who goes to do this poaching, You already had that. At least for those people who live near the park, they are already used to eating this wild what? Game meat. And you have found, then it is your life. Why do we have to kill people? We should get better way of controlling other than killing. And if we are paying people 20 million, it should be 20 million for all. Not others 1 million, others 3 million, others 5 million, then others 10 million, and none is 20 million. Minister, please help us. At least you try to standardize that. But otherwise, thank you very much for the report of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Santa. Then for Honorable Guzuri. Oh, I said Santa followed by Oguzuri.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your protection. I want to thank the committee for at least coming to our areas, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to address myself to the Minister. Honorable Minister, we have been having some animals disturbing people, eating cows, goats, sheep, ever since last August. Up to now, we have not got any response, and this animal is still there. Mr. Speaker, I was in the constituency over the weekend. 2 cows were eaten, goats, and people are so scared. Around this time, people are preparing to enter their houses, Mr. Speaker. This is so strange that we have a government responsible to protect people's lives and their properties. So when are you coming to our rescue, Honorable Minister? 2, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of compensation, we have lost so many people before our area, part of our area was fenced. Up to now, we have not seen any compensation. 3, on the crocodiles. Much as part of our area was fenced, we still have crocodiles eating our people. So what are you going to do about this? We need protection, Mr. Speaker. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my voice to Honorable Ongertho about training the local people. We need a rapid response unit to help our people in such cases, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Guzuri. Then Honorable Seungu. Then Honorable Aaron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have all known tourism has the potential to transform this country. And I think what is eluding us is the planning for the sector. If you look at the budget for this financial year, I think the sector got about 200 and something billion. In NDP3, this sector should have been allocated more than 2.9 trillion shillings, but it has never got it. So when we cry here about the impact of wild animals, we must be mindful of our role as people who appropriate resources. The budget framework paper has been here. What is in the framework paper for this sector? I agree with those who say this issue has been here, recurring. Every time we are singing about it, but there is no action. So who should we blame? Should we blame the minister? Where does he get money to compensate the people? I think we must poke right into our holes and stand on our ground. When it comes to budgeting, we must ensure not less than 5% of the, 0.5% of the budget is appropriated to the tourism sector if we want to reap. Globally, tourism is contributing up to $9.5 trillion to GDPs, and we're only getting 0.1. If you look at arrivals, globally it is in tunes of 1.3 billion. What are we getting? 0.15%. So it means we are not doing enough to tap from tourism, and yet we have the potential. I think.
Thank you so much, Honorable Guzuri. Honorable Songo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to thank the committee and the minister who is always here
because I doubt whether the senior minister still remembers the road leading him to Parliament. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if there were any chances of members who could get a lion's roll and hold it. One time we meet these ministers and we open it for them, and it chases them, they see the suffering of Ugandans. Because whatever is failing in this ministry is because of poor planning. We cannot be crying and the ministry continues lamenting year in, year out, whereas Ugandans are dying. Do you generate a budget from your ministry giving attention to creation or building of the fences? You have failed. There is a government assurance by government of fencing these national parks. But up to now, nothing is happening. Even when you've come today, you are not informing Parliament and the committee that we are putting in specifically money to fence these parks in this particular area where challenges are. But still, you come, I'm looking for money and hiding all your weaknesses behind the Parliament. So if we could get a good lion and we bring it before these ministers, and it also gives them a lesson, they can sit and plan. Because I don't know how many times you have talked about this issue of not fencing and compensating people who are dying. And the ministry continues coming here with lamentation. Here the speaker is giving very first-hand information on the same matter. And here we are. But where have you put this? Ugandans are dying. I was vice chair. There was vice chair for the Committee of Government Assurance. And we all have all this information. So, Mr. Speaker, I think you must give a directive. And we must...
Thank you. Seungu be our Ryan. We are going to deploy Seunga as our Ryan. Honorable Aran Mayanja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, in Nakaseke, that is part of Ngoma, in Honorable Nyongoli's constituency, part of Wachato, part of Chinyogoga. Wild animals from Masindi, they attack our people and some time back, that is 2 years back, I raised the matter before Parliament, but even the minister has never come to rescue our people in line of compensating them. And the ministry should have a clear approach or a clear program how to remove or how to correct the wild animals from the public. And lastly, about sensitization. Our community, our people are not aware of. They are not given the community awareness, the sensitization campaign, which should be done by the ministry in our areas that is adjacent to national parks. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a very straightforward matter. Honourable Minister, these are issues you should just look at. And now put the question that the report of the Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industry on persistent wildlife conflict in national parks and wildlife game reserves in Uganda be adopted. Those in favor say and to the contrary nay. The ayes have it. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.